All right, welcome back, Wolfpack. This is Fox Trevize here. I know the titles are wrong again. Can't do anything about it. Not my fault. But no matter what the titles say, today is trial day 6 continued and into day 7. What was on day 7? Well, Kyle Rittenhouse, the legend himself, has testified today on day 7. But before we get into that, we got to go through the rest of day 6. But don't worry, Day 7's coming up soon. We'll get through that tonight. And in fact, some of you might be watching late today because Kyle is still testifying as we speak. As of right now, he has been on the stand for approximately 7 hours. There's been some breaks in there, but he's been on the stand for about 7 hours right now. And he is still currently testifying as I'm doing this. As per usual, the last part of his testimony, we'll go over that tomorrow. But before we get into the beginning of his day, we got to get through the rest of day 6. So as quick as we can get through this because there's a lot to cover today. Day 6, we left off with let's see here, the state cross-examining, what was it? Joanne Fieldry? Joanne Fieldress, I believe. Fielder, there we go, Fielder. Joanne Fielder testified yesterday. We left off with her examination, and then we picked up today, well, again, yesterday, we're picking up the show today with the rest of day 6. So after that, Nathan DeVray was called by the defense. DeVray is perhaps Duvren, there we go. It's a little French or something. So defense calls photojournalist Nathan Duvren. Nathan lives in Kenosha and is an amateur photographer, and he thought that taking pictures of the Kenosha riot would be in line with his hobby. He discussed that on Sunday night, the first night of riots, that there was much less damage. Monday night was a much more different animal. There was a lot more destruction that night. While being being questioned by the defense lawyers who brought him on the stand, they pointed out that he was a unique witness in that he brought his own evidence items, that being his own pictures. He brought something like 20 pictures as evidence, and most of them, which we'll get into, most of them were admitted as actual evidence, and the images were shared with the jury. The pictures that he brought, that he took himself, depict, among other things, Rosenbaum vandalizing various things throughout the night. He testified that he imaged Rosenbaum stealing a flatbed trailer from a church with the intent of burning it. This is a narrative, a short story, as it were, that we've heard many times throughout the testimony in this trial, that at a certain point in the night, Rosenbaum had both attempted to light a church on fire and then stole a flatbed trailer out of its parking lot and tried to light that on fire. Mr. Rosenbaum seems to like fire. Let's see here. The witness, Nathan DeVren, testified that he saw Rosenbaum arm himself with a chain that he stole from the overturned flatbed trailer. This would have been a rather hardy chain, the type of chain that could secure heavy items to a flatbed trailer. The state prosecutor, and this is relevant because the state prosecutor in his opening statement said that Rosenbaum was not armed at any point during the night and that there's no images of him with a chain. However, we've previously seen images of Rosenbaum with a chain admitted into evidence, and then now we have a witness testifying that, yes, that was indeed Mr. Rosenbaum carrying a chain, which is something being armed. There is an extraordinarily HD image that Nathan took of Gage Grosswicks after he was disarmed. He has an image of Kyle cleaning graffiti off of a high school, which actually, if you've seen an image of Kyle cleaning graffiti off of a high school at any point in the last year, that image was actually taken by Nathan. That is like the image of Kyle cleaning graffiti. Let's see here. The defense asked Nathan, does he remember anything that Rosenbaum said that evening? Nathan says yes, but does not elaborate. Defense asks, does he know the origin of Rosenbaum's bag? It's been previously stated multiple times that Rosenbaum has been carrying a sort of clear plastic bag. It's been stated that that was a hospital bag, though that might be up for debate. Rosenbaum had said that it was a prison bag. So going back to that previous question of does this witness remember anything Rosenbaum said, he now is testifying that he remembers that Rosenbaum said that he had just gotten out of prison and that this clear plastic bag, it wasn't a hospital bag, but it was a bag that they give you when you get out of prison. So that at the moment remains unknown. Did Rosenbaum get out of a hospital, or did Rosenbaum get out of jail? We think it was a hospital, but we also think it was mental hospital, though there are sometimes a combination of mental hospital jails, so who knows? The state prosecution objects, and the jury is sent out while the lawyers discuss. So again, this witness says that he heard Rosenbaum say that he got out of jail, and the state prosecutors say that they object to that answer. The judge says that he's aware that in the context of the evidence and in other discussions that have happened over the last year, that it's been alleged that Mr. Rosenbaum at some point in the night said that he had gotten out of jail. That's been kind of a rumor going around the case for a long time now, and the judge says that he's aware of a similar statement that had been attributed to Rosenbaum, and so this witness testifying conclusively that he heard Rosenbaum say it, that's in line with what is assumed to be in evidence. This is now a witness providing I suppose proof, or at least witness testimony that in fact did happen. Let's see here. So after the judge says that, the statement that Rosenbaum said that he was in jail, that's been attributed to Rosenbaum, and, we just hadn't heard a witness say, confirm that yet. And then the defense says, well, do you have a witness that can testify that Mr. Rosenbaum said that he had just gotten out of jail? And the defense is like, the witness that's on the stand right now just said it. You just heard him. What do you mean we have to find another witness to confirm what this witness said? It was a completely ridiculous and the beginning of absurd ridiculousness. The last 24 hours for the defense, as crazy as this case has been, the last 24 hours has been off the charts. This is going to be a crazy update episode too, by the way. So strap in. So again, the state, for some reason, wanting a witness to testify what this witness is already testifying. The state says that it's hearsay because Mr. Rosenbaum's not around to defend himself, which, that's kind of Mr. Rosenbaum's problem, and also that's kind of irrelevant because the witness witnessed it. The question was, what did you witness? I guess under this logic that the state has, it would be impossible. If what the state says is correct, that you're not allowed to testify that you heard somebody say something, then the entire court system is dead. Like, there is no court system if you're not allowed to testify that you witnessed somebody saying something. If the only person who's allowed to witness somebody saying something is the speaker, then I guess court is dead. There is no judicial system. The judge said that in response to the state making this ridiculous argument, the judge responded that, quote, "It is not for me to censor the evidence," which is quite the rebuke, that he's implying the state would like the evidence to be censored, that he would like witnesses to be censored on the stand. Clearly, that is not how the legal system is supposed to work. However, Mr. Binger, the state prosecutor, would certainly like it to be like that. The judge overrules the objection, and the question and answer is allowed to continue. Kyle's defense continues examining Nathan. He says, the question is, did you hear Rosenbaum say anything about the bag? The witness replies again, yes, that he said that he got it from jail, and that, quote, he's not afraid to, he said, quote, "I am not afraid to go back to jail." That statement being attributed to Rosenbaum. This matches the statement that Nathan gave to detectives back in September of 2020, where he wrote in his witness statement to the detectives, or his police statement to the detectives, he wrote the exact same thing, that he heard Rosenbaum say, "I'm not afraid to go back to jail." Let's see here. Nathan DeVroon testified that he witnessed Kyle pull a dumpster out of the street. Or no, he put a fire out in a dumpster. So this is the infamous dumpster fire that Kyle Rittenhouse put out. Nathan DeVroon witnessed Kyle put out the fire that was in that dumpster. Nathan said he saw how angry this made the crowd of rioters, and he said that Mr. Rosenbaum was extremely agitated, along with some other more specific things about Rosenbaum being agitated. There was some kind of video discontinuity again. This happened the other day where the feed jump cut really quickly. I don't know if it was a problem. It wasn't a problem with YouTube, because this jump existed on several versions of the live stream, so it was something with the source cameras. Either way, we missed something in the description of what Rosenbaum's agitation was. Excuse me, I'm choking to death. Okay, I think I'm back. Alrighty. So the video's continuity picks back up, and the Nathan is talking about seeing Kyle running towards the car source, the second or third location. It's the car source where Kyle would inevitably end up shooting Rosenbaum. And Nathan says that he sees Kyle running in the direction of that car source. I initially wrote down that this was a little bit of a problematic testimony, that they saw Kyle running because, or that Nathan saw Kyle running because it was previously videotape and witness statements that Kyle was not running. And that was important because the state was alleging that Kyle had chased Rosenbaum a block to the car source, and it had been shown that Kyle was walking at one point. So Nathan testifying that he saw Kyle running in that direction, minorly problematic. Now, Kyle will later today, when we get on to the next day, will explain why he was running, and he has a pretty good explanation for that. So we'll just remember that. We'll put a pin in that one. Let's see here. Nathan testifies that he sees Kyle go out of view. And the out of view, which would have meant that he went into the parking lot. Nathan was a few blocks away, so he could see Kyle running down the street, but as soon as Kyle turned into the parking lot, Nathan couldn't see him. He says that several moments later, Kyle came back out of the parking lot, which would have been after the shooting. Now Nathan is on the road where Kyle is now running away from Gage Grosswitz and Anthony Huber, along with Jump Kick Man, where he ends up shooting all of them. So Nathan testifies that he sees Nathan Huber throw his skateboard at Kyle, and the skateboard hit Kyle in the back and caused Kyle to stumble. However, Kyle remains standing for a few more steps. He also says that he saw Anthony Hubert. This is slightly out of sequence, the way he testified, so I'm going to read it slightly out of sequence. But he says that he later saw Anthony Hubert, after he retrieved his thrown skateboard, whack Kyle in the head again, and then he saw Kyle shoot Anthony Hubert. Gage could see that Kyle, or he could see Gage approaching Kyle with a gun in his hand, and he testified that he did in fact see Gage Grosswitz point a gun at Kyle prior to Kyle shooting. Now, I'm going to play a very quick clip, and I might accelerate the speed on the video a little bit because there's so much else to get through today. But as you may have heard, this is the witness who testified on the stand that Prosecutor Binger, the state's prosecuting lawyer, this witness testified that Prosecutor Binger was coercing his testimony and coercing him to change his police statement prior to the trial, and then got very angry with him when this witness refused to do that. If true, which as so far as we know right now, it's true. In fact, some of this video I'm about to play will show that. This is huge. is currently, along with the other stuff that Binger did today, which, I mean, as bad as this sounds, right? The prosecuting attorney trying to coerce a witness statement, that's disbarable immediately. You couple that with some other things that happened today. A little bit of a spoiler here, but at a certain point, the judge tells Binger that he's violated Kyle's constitutional rights. So that's a little preview here. You link this up with what we know yesterday, where Binger told Detective Antamarini not to search Gage's phone, even though he had a search warrant for Gage's phone. We're starting to put together a pretty thorough mosaic of Mr. Binger being a perhaps criminal prosecutor here. So I'm going to play a little bit of this clip here where, again, Kyle's defense attorney is asking Nathan DeVroon about his interaction with prosecutor Binger, and I'll let the video here speak for itself.
Mr. Cross, correct?
Correct.
And
I know I missed the audio here. Let me zoom back here a bit.
State. Now,
Under 3 feet.
Now, you were originally subpoenaed by the state, correct?
Correct.
You met with the state representatives, Mr. Binger and Mr. Cross, correct?
Correct.
And there was some tension in that room, correct?
There was.
And they weren't happy with what you were telling them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
I'm going to ask, A, it is leading, and B, I want no reaction. Facial reaction, please.
Describe your meeting with Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus in their office.
Object to relevance.
Answer it.
Please.
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
In the blue. And I was called into a room, sat at a table, handed my police statement, got to read over my police statement, and then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to, he said this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusingly said, like, Joshua Zeminski, and he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt I didn't want to change my statement.
okay. And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, so we'll go through a little bit of the cross-examination, but as you heard, the prosecutor Binger he's read through Mr. Nathan's police statement. He then showed Nathan additional images and video on his phone right there in their office, and then asked Nathan, would you like to add anything to your statement, perhaps some clarification of the specific people that were in there. Now, whatever the particular reasoning for that is probably for Binger to strengthen his cases of various things. It's not extremely clear to me, but it does seem to be problematic that you've got the prosecuting attorney attempting to get a witness to change their statement on something. Now, what I think was going to happen was that if Nathan had been amicable to this and changed his statement for Mr. Zeminski and possibly this other case, Mr. Zeminski is involved in this case as well, as we'll talk about later today. If Binger could get this witness to change his statement about one thing, perhaps he'd be able to get him to change his statement about Kyle as well. So that would definitely be problematic. It appears that Binger was trying to see what he could get out of this witness by being as careful as possible. I'm going to zoom a little bit quicker here, but there's some interesting statements here for like the next 3 minutes, and we'll watch a few more seconds of this clip here, and then we'll move on.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the pictures into evidence.
there objection?
Except for the ones that are objected to relevancy. No.
Well, the one that I guess there were two that I sustained objection. The remainder will be
The
received.
bigger, the two big.
The two big ones, and then the third big one wasn't even presented. So all the big ones are rejected. Well, two of the big ones are rejected. One of the big ones was not offered. I'm sure they'll be very happy wherever it goes when they're defined as the big ones. But all of the smaller numbered photographs are received.
And I would ask that they be posed to the jury. Mr. Krause can cross-examine first.
His preference?
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. De Bruin, you said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
So,
Oh, well, we'll play that a little bit again at normal speed, because that was kind of the defining moment of this was, we didn't ask you to change it. Yep, yeah, you did. Let's replay that here.
Yeah, absolutely.
and we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
Okay. So you said
Boom. All right. So they continue like that for another 7 to 10 minutes. Then they go on break, and then they come back, and the state continues to cross-examine Nathan for another 10 to 20 minutes. And the entire time, they're not even really talking about Kyle. They're not even really talking about that night. They're just trying to get Nathan to reverse what he just testified to, which is that the prosecuting attorneys were attempting to coerce him into changing his official police statement. Wow, that was now this case for the state has been described as a train wreck. That's been described that the state's case is just completely falling apart, it's disintegrated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, nothing quite compares to when you no longer are trying to prosecute the case and you are now merely trying to defend yourselves from being disbarred as prosecuting attorneys. That's a whole new level of your case falling apart. For sure. Let's see here. Basically, yeah, they badger Nathan here. At one point, the lawyer actually throws. I might be characterizing it a little bit here, but the prosecuting lawyer attempts to hand Nathan a stack of papers, and instead of laying them in front of Nathan or offering them and then Nathan grabbing them out of the hand, the way that you might give a piece of paper to somebody, the prosecuting attorney kind of just throws and lobs the paper at Nathan. The paper is airborne and not in anyone's hand and not on the desk and is traveling in a velocity towards Nathan. So, I mean, I'm not saying that he chucked it at him, but he certainly he did a soft lob of paper. It was certainly not professional. It did have the appearance of being thrown. Let's see here. The after the state spends 30 minutes trying to defend themselves, you can see in the background that the prosecuting attorneys after the prosecuting state attorneys try to defend themselves for 30 minutes. You can see in the background Kyle's defense lawyers covertly trying to not smile to themselves. They clearly think it's hilarious. The defense then called Lucas Zanini. He is a person who took video of cars being smashed at the car source where Kyle shot Rosenbaum. His video captures people using bats and other pipes and things like that to smash cars in the parking lot approximately 20 seconds prior to Kyle shooting Rosenbaum. He captures the sound and the aftermath. However, his angle is pretty he's sitting in a car across the street, so his angle to capture any images of value are pretty low, but he captures kind of the crowd around Kyle and around that parking lot and the things that happen, and he captures the gunshot noises. But really, it was just it was a quick testimony wasn't really important. It was just to kind of validate that video was being admitted into evidence and would possibly be used later. We then go on to day 7, which let me find an appropriate image for day 7. Let's see here. I would say that this is probably the most appropriate image for day 7. Alrighty. So what happened on day 7? The day 7 starts off with the defense calling Jacob Marshall. Jacob Marshall was the roommate of Gage Grosswick's for the 3 months prior to Gage getting disarmed. He describes himself as friends with Gage. He posted on Facebook a couple days after the shooting. He's the one who posted on Facebook that Gage told him that his only regret was not killing Kyle and dumping the entire magazine into his face. The defense asks, "Did you post this on Facebook?" Jacob replies, "Yes." Did Gage really say this? Jacob says no. And then the defense goes, did you lie about what Jacob said when you posted that on Facebook? And the defense asks Jacob, did you lie about what Gage said when you posted this on Facebook? Jacob testifies, yes, I 100% made it up. I don't know if I believe that, but that's what he testified to. He also testified that Kyle's group didn't really specify who was in Kyle's group, but he specified that people from Kyle's group were sending him engaged death threats for the last year. And then he he was asked if the defense asked him, is Gage the type of person that would take a life? The state cross-examined him, and the state asked Jacob, is Gage the type of person that would take a life? There was an objection. The objection was sustained. Basically, it was sustained because we don't need to ask Jacob, Gage's friend. We don't need to ask Gage's friend if Gage is the kind of person that would take a life, because Gage already testified to his stance on that. And so Jacob testifying additionally doesn't really add anything to the case. So there was an objection, it was sustained, and there was no further questions. He was dismissed. The defense then recalled Sal Kendry. Sal is one of the owners of the Car Source franchise in Kenosha. I've previously talked about him. His testimony was extremely unreliable and didn't really make any sense. Previously, he seemed to have no real understanding of the business or what was going on that night, even though a lot of people have testified that he was asking for people to help defend the car lots. Sal also previously testified that he's potentially liable for Rosenbaum's death because he possibly, if it's true that Sal invited people to come defend the car lots, and then Rosenbaum died as a result of that, then Sal might be on the hook for civil liability in that. So it seemed pretty obvious that Sal Kendry had been lying on stand previously. The defense called him back to try to get him to clarify a few things. Sal again gave wishy-washy answers, and that was really not of value either. Then we have what we're going to talk about for probably God knows how many more hours here. The defense calls Kyle Rittenhouse. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so this starts off with, let me grab this here because I'm going to try and find something here. But okay, so this is the big testimony that we've been waiting for, right? Is Kyle to testify. That's what we've been waiting for a week and a half at this point. The Kyle gets called to the stand and starts off with the judge explaining to Kyle the basics of his Fifth Amendment rights, that he does not need to testify, clarifies that he's testifying of his own volition, that nobody's coercing him to testify, asks Kyle if he is on any drugs or alcohol this morning, and that he's got the presence of mind to make this very big choice. When you decide to testify in your own murder case, where you're the perpetrator, apparently. That's a pretty big deal. So the judge went through all the boilerplate stuff to make sure that Kyle understood the gravity of him agreeing to testify, because part of him agreeing to testify means that the state prosecutor gets to question Kyle, which is currently going on right now as I'm speaking. And, well, we'll get into how that's going. First, though, the defense talks to Kyle. So Kyle's own defense lawyers talk to Kyle on stand and question him. Kyle, throughout the beginning of this, is totally stone-faced, very clear-cut answers, no emotional reaction whatsoever. Probably spent a lot of time being coached to do that. And then, hold on, I'm attempting to, while I'm talking here, also produce this. I'm trying to find a particular spot here. So bear with me. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So basically his defense lawyers ask him some boilerplate questions. We found out, which this was news to a lot of people, was that Kyle's dad lives in Kenosha. So it appears that Kyle's mother and father are separated, and Kyle's dad lives in Kenosha. So now Kyle lives with his mother. However, his dad living in Kenosha, there's a lot of speculation there's been a lot of accusations from the left that, well, Kyle's an out-of-towner. He's crossed state lines. He's not a citizen of Kenosha. He's not part of the Kenosha community. In fact, Mr. Binger, the prosecuting attorney, will say that later today, that Kyle is not a member of the Kenosha community. And Kyle says, well, my dad lives there. My dad lives in Kenosha. I have 2 jobs in Kenosha. He has friends in Kenosha. It seems, what is the definition of your own community? What does that mean? I would say that having a immediate parent living in a city, which is right next to your city, I would say that you probably have some shared community jurisdiction there. Community is also not a legal term, so it's really, how do you identify? If Kyle identifies himself as a member of the Kenosha community, well, who is Mr. Binger and the jury to say that he's not? Let's see here. Kyle recounts that growing up, he was at one point a police explorer, which means, young kids go hang out with the police department. They go on ride-alongs. The police explain them what they're doing. They learn some basic police stuff. It's kind of a precursor to potentially going into the police academy after you graduate high school. He also was part of a program with the Kenosha Fire Department where he essentially learned various EMT tasks. Now, he's not an EMT and he never had an EMT license. He will testify on stand later that he lied about being an EMT that night. This is something I talked about previously in previous updates. I don't necessarily think it's a huge deal. It's just part of the narrative of that night. But what have I been saying the last couple of days here about Kyle being forced, the citizens of Kenosha being forced to take on the roles of civil service because the police abandoned the citizens of Kenosha to anarchy. The fire department abandoned the citizens of Kenosha to anarchy. The EMTs abandoned the city to anarchy. And so, well, to fill in that vacuum, other citizens like Kyle stepped up to take on those roles. And so we see Kyle has previous experience of wanting to serve his community in these civil service roles like police, like firefighter, like EMT. And on the night of the shooting, he would have taken on many of those roles because, why? Because anarcho-tyranny. The mayor told all the city services to pull back. All the city services that the citizens are paying taxes for got pulled back. They abandoned the citizenry to Black Lives Matter and Antifa rioters, looters, and arsonists. Also some rapists and wife beaters in there. And then now that's the anarchy part of it, is they abandon the citizens to lawlessness. And then the tyranny part of it is now the state is prosecuting Kyle on how he acted in that lawless period of time. Again, it's been my contention that Kyle should be held to the legal standard that was in effect on the night of the shooting. And that would mean that there was no legal standards in effect on that night because the mayor had abandoned the city to anarchy. And you can't be abandoning citizens to anarchy and then judging them the next morning on the laws that were not in effect the previous night. Kyle testified that he had 2 jobs in Kenosha. Actually, the state prosecutor will later try to belittle Kyle's, basically making fun of Kyle being a lifeguard, which was very odd. I don't know exactly what they were hoping to achieve by that, but making fun of the, it's called a rescue tube, but if you've ever seen a lifeguard, you know that they hold a red floaty hot dog thing in front of them, and the prosecuting attorney was trying to make fun of what it looked like. I don't know. It was weird. And then Kyle corrected him that it was called a rescue tube. But Binger was trying to just basically belittle the fact that Kyle's a lifeguard, and I really don't understand what the motivation for doing that is. I don't understand what their goal in belittling Kyle being a lifeguard is. I don't know why being a lifeguard is worthy of being belittled. I was, maybe I'm a little bit biased because I was a lifeguard for many years at one point in my life, but I didn't realize that being a lifeguard was a job worthy of scorn. I don't know. Maybe the times are changing. Then the Kyle's defense, again, I was just flashing forward a little bit here, but we're still going through the kind of sequential chronological order. The video here is Kyle is still being questioned by his defense attorneys. They give him some questions about recounting the timeline of that day. This is a timeline that we've heard a few times now. We've heard this timeline from the testimony of Dominic Black and Nick Smith and Ryan Balch to an extent. Kyle goes through getting a call and talking to Nick Smith, who's somebody that testified yesterday. He talks about going to one of the hunting stores to get rifle slings. Kyle talks about the process by which he gave Nick and allowed Nick Smith to borrow his plate carrier. We talked about this yesterday. Nick Smith testified that Kyle allowed Nick to borrow Kyle's plate carrier, and I made the statement that, you know, Kyle, what kind of person is Kyle? Kyle's the kind of person who would give you the plate carrier off his back. Some people wouldn't even give you the shirt off their back. Kyle will give you his plate carrier off his back. And I also theorize that generosity would later save Kyle's life, because I don't think that he would have been as maneuverable on the night of the shooting, and he required a lot of maneuverability to pull off some of the shots and near getaways that he had that night. He required all the agility that he had, and a plate carrier would have definitely gotten in his way had he done that. So Kyle recounts that Nick Smith had invited Kyle and Dominic to come down to Kenosha and help defend one of the car sources. Nick had said that he would like to get a plate carrier for that night, and so Dominic was going to drive Nick along with Kyle to a store near Chicago O'Hare Airport that had body armor for sale. Instead of driving there, then they no longer had to drive there because Kyle had body armor and decided to let Nick borrow it, negating their need to drive to the location near O'Hare Airport. Kyle also testified that he had the same thought that I did, that the plate carrier, he had planned on rendering first aid that night, and in his head, the plate carrier would have definitely gotten in his way. So he had kind of the similar idea that the plate carrier would get in the way of his maneuverability. And so that was definitely accurate there. The defense asks, this was interesting. The defense asked Kyle, where did he get the plate carrier originally? Did he buy it? Did somebody give it to him? Where did it come from? And Kyle testifies that the Grace Lake Police Department had issued him body armor, presumably was some kind of gift as a part of their Police Explorers program, though that wasn't clarified. That's just me speculating that that's why Grace Lake PD would have given him body armor. I think that the body armor coming from a police department, I think that was previously known because it sounded familiar. And so I think that's something that we might have known, but definitely have forgotten over the last 14 months. let's see here. Kyle recounts in his timeline when Dominic, Nick Smith, and he drove to the car source and met up with the rest of the group. That's where they met kind of the extended group that we've heard about over the last several days of testimony of various other people that were also there defending the car source locations. Kyle testifies that Sal, who we heard from earlier today, and is that one of the car source owners that's extremely unreliable. Again, the Sal guy is potentially civilly on the hook if it turns out he asked people to defend his property and somebody ended up dying as a result of that. Sal would be civilly on the hook for that. And so Sal has been testifying that he didn't have anything to do with them being there, even though everybody's testifying that he did. Kyle also testifies that Sal was welcoming of them there, was thankful to have them there, and that Sal is the one who drove them to another car source location, one of the other car lots, to help defend that location. Kyle also testifies that Sal is the person who gave Nick Smith a set of keys to the building. And let's see here. Then Sal and Sam, who's Sal's brother, both owners of the car source locations, they both left. Let's see here. Then Kyle testifies that at some point while he was defending one of the car source buildings, he left to provide aid to people that were in the area. He described several instances of giving specific medical aid to specific people. And then he also was putting out various fires. He testified that he was putting out several fires. He also testified that he put out a fire at a church. This would be the church that Rosenbaum attempted to set on fire. He testified that Rosenbaum threatened to kill him twice. The first time, Rosenbaum had a chain in his hand, and Rosenbaum yelled at Kyle, "If I catch any of you fuckers alone tonight, I'm going to fucking kill you." This is consistent with the Ryan Balch testimony that we heard several days ago at this point. I believe that was the first day even, where Ryan Balch testified that he also heard Rosenbaum saying the same thing, and that when Ryan had heard Rosenbaum say that, Kyle had been standing next to him. Kyle's testimony matches that he heard Rosenbaum say that, directed at him, and that he was standing next to Ryan Balch at the time. The second time Rosenbaum threatened to kill Kyle was outside one of the car source locations, where Rosenbaum yelled, I'm going to cut your fucking hearts out of you fucking N-words." Wow, what a poet. This is consistent with testimony of Joanne Fiddler, or who we were lovingly calling Grambo yesterday. Again, she testified that yesterday. That does not appear on any of the videos. However, the moment in time that is alleged to have happened, also, there's no camera angles of that moment in that location. So I guess we're not expecting to see it on video. But her testimony of that instance was unique. And then Kyle is now corroborating that by testifying that he was also there and witnessed Rosenbaum directing that. I guess that would be a threat to kill at Kyle and his group. Let's see here. Kyle's defense attorney asks, Kyle, did you see Rosenbaum do any property damage? Kyle responds, yes. And Kyle recounts several stories of Rosenbaum making property damage or damaging property. The several stories that we've already heard, and so I could go through all of them, but I'm not going to, because it's a bunch of stories that we've already heard. It's just Kyle is corroborating that he also saw those instances. In particular, would be the tipped flatbed trailer. Prior to trying to light this trailer on fire. This is the trailer that Rosenbaum would retrieve a chain from. Kyle recounts helping more people. He recounts that he helped wrap a sprained ankle and directed a injured lady. So some girl came to him injured. He assessed that the ankle was sprained and wrapped it. He then directed her to a nearby hospital. He helped several members of his group with the after effects of the quote-unquote chlorine ammonia bombs that were being thrown by the rioters that night. This is consistent with testimony from other members of Kyle's group that there was chemical bombs being thrown at them, causing respiratory and eye irritation, and Kyle helped address some of the symptoms of that. Kyle describes getting bounced off of the police line while he was trying to get back to the safe car source. This is something that we've talked about several times, where Kyle was attempting to leave the area of the riots and head back beyond the police line where the car source that he originally stopped at and a lot of his friends were at, including Dominic. He was attempting to get back there, at which point he was stopped by the police, turned around, and the police turning him around sent him back in the direction of where he would inevitably meet up with Rosenbaum. So Kyle again testifies corroborating this incident that we have already gone over several times. Let's see here. He's asked why he wanted to go back to that other car source location where Dominic is. Kyle's asked, okay, so after you were unable to make it back to the car source where Dominic was, the safe one, why did you head back towards the other one, the one where, again, the second car source location where Kyle would end up meeting Rosenbaum? Kyle's defense attorney asks him, why did he head back to that one? And Kyle said that he thought that that other car source location would be a safe location, or the safest location he could find on that side of the police line. Kyle on his way towards the other car source, he gets a phone call from Dominic Black to say that the car source where Kyle's already heading is on fire and people are there smashing cars and trying to set other cars on fire. And he asks Kyle if he can get down there to help put out some of the fires. I think we kind of know it at this point based off the testimony, but it will later be clarified by the prosecuting attorneys that there is some indication or some assumption that the second car source location already has people at it defending it. However, those people would have already abandoned the car source at this time. However, Kyle doesn't know that. So Kyle is, after he gets bounced off the police line, is considering this other car source location where he believes people to be at, other people defending the car source location, believes them to be there. He thinks that could be a safe place for him to go. On his way there, Dominic Black calls him and says, hey, you need to go help those guys because there's fires there that need to be put out. So Kyle's already heading there anyways, so he just keeps heading there. Let's see here. So this is Kyle starts heading in the direction of that car source. This is corroborated with footage that we've seen earlier in the night. Lots and lots of video that night. Let's see here. We see Kyle describes getting a fire extinguisher from the gas station, which is a gas station that's infamous in the videos at this point as well. And we've seen video of Kyle running through that gas station with a fire extinguisher. Kyle testifies that he is running to the other car source with a fire extinguisher to put out the fires. The state has previously tried to characterize Kyle running towards that car source as Kyle chasing Rosenbaum. So again, like I said, initially we had testimony that initially we had video of Kyle walking towards the other car source, and the state was attempting to characterize that video as Kyle chasing Rosenbaum, even though Kyle was walking. We then yesterday had that other witness, Nathan DeVroon, testify that he saw Kyle running towards the car source, and I said that might be a little bit problematic. Thank you, Snicker Pie, for following. I said that might be a little bit problematic because Kyle running would, it doesn't help his case that he wasn't chasing Rosenbaum, at least. But this is Kyle explaining why was he running was because he believed that there was a fire at the other car source and he needed to get there quickly. The reason why we see some video of Kyle walking is because, as Kyle testified, fire extinguisher kind of heavy, not the best in shape, and while he was running there, he was kind of bouncing between running and thank you very much for the diamond, that's much appreciated, and the ice cream. Kyle stated that he was kind of alternating between running and walking, just because it was kind of out of breath with all the stuff that was going on that night. So that's why we see some videos of him walking, and we've heard testimony of him running, is because he was trying to hoof it 3 blocks carrying a fire extinguisher to put out fires. So, you know, you try running 3 blocks with a fire extinguisher, I bet you walk a little bit of it too. Kyle says that he was unaware that Rosenbaum was in front of him or anywhere near him, that he was completely unaware of Rosenbaum being in the vicinity of him at that moment until Rosenbaum ambushes him from behind the cars after Kyle enters the parking lot. Kyle testifies that he hears, what did I do? Okay, so Kyle testifies that he hears someone yell, "Burn in hell." At that point, Kyle replies, "Friendly, friendly, friendly," which is something that we've heard in videos before. At that point, Kyle says that he notices a flame in the back of the SUV. This SUV is being called the Duramax, which I believe is a particular model of SUV. I'm not super familiar with cars right now, but the court has been referring to this as the Duramax, but it is an SUV vehicle, a sports utility vehicle. So Kyle notices a flame in the back seat. If you're familiar with how cars catch on fire with a small flame in the back seat, well, it happens very quickly. So Kyle, his intent in seeing the small flame in the back seat was to put it out with the fire extinguisher that he had in his hands. Kyle then testifies that Zeminski, which is a name that has come up several times. I wasn't exactly sure what the context of Zeminski was until now, and it seemed like a smaller detail that wasn't worth going into expressly in prior update episodes. But basically, there has been kind of this light framework throughout the defense's case, that the Zeminskis, which is a male and a female, potentially related to each, or potentially husband and wife, that the Zeminskis are everywhere Rosenbaum is that night. The Zeminskis also are. Every time you see Rosenbaum in video that night, the Zeminskis are very close by, and the state has had this framework of the Zeminskis have no association with Rosenbaum, and the defense has been attempting to build a framework that the Zeminskis were directing Rosenbaum throughout the night. So again, we see in this final ultimate interaction with Rosenbaum that Rosenbaum is there and the Zeminskis are close by. So give me just a second here, because I'm going to attempt to find this clip here, because if you've seen anything on social media today, you've surely seen this clip, and I think it's worth playing in its entirety because of how powerful it is. And give me just a second here to find it. Alrighty, I think this is about good here. We'll let this play a little bit here, because I'll just let the video play out. This is Kyle at about the spot that I've just narrated up to. You're caught up to where we're at in the video here, and then instead of explaining to you what Kyle said, I'm going to just play you the video of what Kyle said.
Number 3 to put out the fires, being bashed in.
Okay. And when you were there, what's the next significant thing that happened?
Dominic Black calls me and he says, "Kyle, I need you to get down to the car source lot number 3. The cars are being bashed in. They're setting all the cars on fire. I need you to go and put the fires out."
Okay. And did you do anything as a result of that phone call?
I did.
What?
At the Ultimate gas station, I asked, I don't know who he is, but I asked an individual if he could come with me and if I could have a fire extinguisher to put out the fires.
Were both of those requests satisfied?
One of them were.
What?
I was given a fire extinguisher, but he said he can't come with me, and he said he believes there's already people down there helping protect the business.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I start running towards the car source lot number 3 to put out the fires, pausing occasionally to catch my breath and walk.
Okay. On the way to car source 3, did you have any interaction with Mr. Rosenbaum?
I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Rosenbaum?
No.
Did you notice Mr. Rosenbaum doing anything as you went down to car source 3?
I didn't notice Mr. Rosenbaum until he came out from behind the car and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You had your gun, correct?
Yes.
And you had a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
And you had your medic?
My medical bag, yes.
And were you asking people about medic at that point?
I was asking people if they needed medical help as I was getting down there.
Did you receive any responses?
No, I didn't.
Describe your approach to car source number 3.
As I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I reply with friendly, friendly, friendly to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what I. That's what I run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
All right, so that was Kyle's testimony up into the point of, obviously, what happened next was Kyle darts, Rosenbaum chases him down, Kyle gets to a dead end where the cars were, has to turn around and doesn't have a choice about what he's got to do next. So I think it's pretty clear, to having watched that, the general analysis of, this is going to sound maybe inartful, but the consensus on Twitter by people that are verified military veterans is that this seems to be a pretty clear PTSD kind of flashback situation, a panic attack brought on by PTSD. It's been characterized as kind of an emotional breakdown, and people on the left are trying to say, "Oh well, it was fake. He didn't have any tears." And yeah, I think there was a tear or two in there. Also, you can see this lady on the screen right now is actually Kyle's mom, so you can see how difficult this is on her. But the general consensus is that if you're going to have a panic attack, it's not necessarily going to be sobbing. It might be. Not necessarily going to be sobbing. But you can see Kyle is out of breath. His body essentially locks up. He's unable to speak. You can see just how out of breath he is. And that is much more reminiscent of a panic attack brought on probably by PTSD. Why would Kyle have PTSD? Well, this was the start of what I'm going to say, and what I believe the defense is currently proving, is the beginning of three people, Rosenbaum, Mr. Zeminski, and Mrs. Zeminski, intentionally cornering Kyle after Rosenbaum had already stated at several points previously in the night that he intended to kill Kyle. Kyle's alone, has these three people corner him. They run up, apparently with the intent to kill him, followed by Kyle having zero distance, close quarters combat with Jump Kick Man, Anthony Hubert, and Gage, all of which all trying to kill him. So you've got, this is the beginning of about 3 minutes of hell where Kyle has something like 5 to 8 people specifically trying to kill him, along with a mob of people who just haven't reached him yet over the course of about 3 minutes. Also, Kyle would go on to kill 2 people in this 3 minutes, severely wound another, and attempt to wound a fourth. That's a lot of shit to pack into 3 minutes. And the defense and the cross-examination from the state eventually will be asking him to relive that. I believe that is, if that doesn't create a post-traumatic incident in your mind, I don't know what would. You have to remember too, Kyle's a kid of 17. He doesn't quite have the, I don't want to call it maturity, but just the experience of years that perhaps older people might have when they have the situation. Certainly, from the results of our elites experimenting with 18 to 22-year-olds for the last 20 years, experimenting what would happen to them if they dropped them in the middle of a sand pit and let a bunch of towelheads shoot AKs at them. I think that the results of that experiment show, well, people Kyle's age and even a little bit older are highly susceptible to PTSD when they're dropped into combat situations. Now, perhaps the way I'm phrasing that is saying, oh, Kyle was dropped into a combat situation. That's perhaps a little bit inartful because Kyle chose to be there. However, it's not a problem that he chose to be there. I believe Kyle chose to be there to help people. He didn't choose to be there because he thought that a bunch of Antifa Democrat black shirts were going to chase him down and try to kill him. But clearly that will trigger post-traumatic stress disorder, which Kyle clearly has. I'd be highly surprised if he didn't. I would in fact say that he's possibly the psychopath that the left is alleging he is, if he didn't have this kind of reaction. And again, I don't think that this is characterized as a emotional breakdown, that he's sobbing as how this has been characterized in the last couple hours. I think this is more of a panic attack brought on by post-traumatic stress disorder. That would be where you saw him with the breathlessness, the inability to speak. His body goes very rigid. All of that absolute textbook post-traumatic stress disorder brought on by combat. So is this going to play well for the jury? I don't know. Was it intended to play anything? Was this an act? Did they know that this was going to happen? I don't think so. I don't think that's what the goal was. I certainly don't think this was an act, and I certainly don't think that it was the intent for it to happen. I'm sure prior to the trial, I'm sure prior to this testimony, they had probably gotten him therapy, probably asked him this question multiple times, probably had seen him break down like this prior and knew that something like this could happen, even though they had tried to work him through that. That's what my guess is. We don't know that for sure, but I would be surprised if the defense was surprised that this happened to him. But again, I think it's just, it goes with the territory when you've got a pack of revolutionary, rabid animal Democrats chasing after you, trying to kill you as sanctioned by the Kenosha mayor, who purposefully pulled back the police, purposefully pulled back the fire department, purposefully pulled back the EMTs. Well, Kyle's now got to take on all those roles. Other citizens of Kenosha now have to take on those roles. And, well, they've got PTSD as a result of that, because Democrat militants. Why am I saying Democrat militants? Is that a bias? Well, no. We know that Vice President Kamala Harris, she raised $500,000 for the rioters all during the summer of 2020. In fact, Kamala Harris went to go visit Jacob Blake, the Kenosha rapist kidnapper that set off these riots in the first place. Joe Biden tweeted out a picture of Kyle's face saying white supremacy is a threat to America. The people that tried to kill Kyle that night are the people that the leaders of the Democrat Party support financially, politically, and legally. Kyle was chased down by militant Democrats, and he is they tried to kill him, and now he's got PTSD as a result. I wanted to play that clip in its entirety. That's been kind of the defining moment, that is as declared by General Steven Crowder, our Lord and Savior Steven Crowder. He's declared this clip to be the moment, and I fully agree with that analysis. As he put it, when you first time you see this clip, you'll remember where you were. I was watching this live as it happened. I had actually caught up to live and was watching it in normal speed, not accelerated. Typically, I will be doing other things throughout the day, and then I will catch back up with the trial, watching it at 2x on YouTube with that accelerated rate to catch up. This I had actually caught up to live time and was watching it at normal speed when this happened. So I saw this live along with everybody else in America, and it was that was shaking to watch, certainly rattling. But the left will say, oh, he's making this up. Oh, he's going to try and, bait the jury with tears, I guess. I really just don't see it. I see this as a completely understandable reaction to what happened to him, and then being forced to relive it. What is probably interesting to note is that this traumatic experience that he's having on stand here, and the traumatic experience that he had to experience, in real life, that was this current breakdown is brought upon by something that Joseph Rosenbaum did to him. You'll remember Joseph Rosenbaum was convicted of brutally raping 5 children 12 years ago, between the ages of 5 and 13, I believe. And I was watching this and I was thinking, wow, Kyle is probably one of at least 6, possibly more people who've been on the stand breaking down like this as a direct result of something traumatic Joseph Rosenbaum did to them. Fortunately, Kyle will be the last person who has to take the stand and have a breakdown like this as a direct result of something Joseph Rosenbaum did to them. But there is, and you see this with all of the other people. You've got, the next person will be Anthony Hubert, who has brutally beat members of his family, his significant others. Several convictions for that. You've got Gage Grosswicks, who's been convicted of armed robbery, illegally carrying a firearm. We actually found out the reason why Gage testified that he had a CCW, however it was expired. Actually, that was a lie. Gage's CCW wasn't expired. It was revoked because he committed armed robbery. That was something that we've learned outside the context of the trial. You have all of these people who've left a wake of destruction of normal people behind them, of people like Kyle who have these such traumatic incidents that have happened in their lives, incidents that are matched only by combat in war, such traumatic psychological injuries, and very physical injuries that some of these guys have done. And I just couldn't help but think that, the breakdown Kyle's having on the stand as a direct result of something that Rosenbaum did to him. I imagine that he's probably the sixth, maybe the 10th or 12th, depending on how many parents the kids had. He's certainly not the first by a long shot of people who've taken the stand and had to recount an extremely traumatic thing that Rosenbaum did to them. And, again, I guess fortunately for the world, Kyle's the last person that Rosenbaum will force to take the stand in this manner. As you saw, Kyle became unable to speak. The judge, the judge called a break to give Kyle a chance to catch his breath there. It's unclear what happened during the break. I believe they were at recess for about 20 minutes. They return, and Kyle has calmed down, regained his composure, and the defense continues to question him. Kyle testifies that Zeminski, again, you just heard Kyle's testimony, so he's at the car source parking lot with a fire extinguisher. He notices that the Duramax has a flame in the back seat. He is preparing to use his fire extinguisher to extinguish it. He sees in front of him that Zeminski has a pistol out. Kyle then drops the fire extinguisher and takes a step back. He then notices Rosenbaum sneak out from behind the cars, coming at him from his right side. Kyle then takes note that he's unable to proceed to his left forward because the Minskys are there. He's unable to proceed to his right because Rosenbaum's there. And he really can't go behind him because he doesn't really know what's there. And so he goes forward towards the corner of that car source building, which is on the video that we've all seen a couple 100,000 times at this point. Kyle, again, picks back up with the testimony, regains his composure, and testifies that he also heard Zeminski, and this is probably what he was trying to say when he broke down the first time, is that Kyle testifies that Zeminski instructs Rosenbaum, get him and kill him. Kyle testifies that Zeminski said to Rosenbaum, quote, get him and kill him, at which point Rosenbaum begins to chase Kyle. Kyle has nowhere to run other than towards the building, as he's testified. He's aware that Rosenbaum threw something at him. He now knows that to be the hospital bag, though at the time he thought that perhaps it was the chain that he had seen Rosenbaum holding previous. Kyle turns around during the chase with his rifle at low ready. This, however, does not stop Rosenbaum's advance upon him. Kyle hears a shot from around him, which we now know this to be Zeminski firing his pistol into the air. Rosenbaum has his hand on Kyle's barrel. This is something that we had talked about yesterday with the Dr. Kelly, talking about the way the soot on Rosenbaum's hand indicated that Rosenbaum's hand was likely either right next to the barrel or in contact with the barrel, and that the soot pattern being on half of his hand and no soot being on the other part of his hand indicates that the barrel, the tip of the barrel, was probably in the center of Rosenbaum's palm, indicating he was a microsecond from grasping the barrel. Kyle testifies specifically he felt and saw Rosenbaum have a hand on his gun barrel, and knowing that there was nowhere else for him to run because of the cars, as we've seen on the video, Kyle runs into a grouping of 4 cars. Now, it's been previously stated by the state that, well, they're parked cars, you can run in between them, but you can see in the video there is a giant group of riders behind that set of cars. And we saw in the video that was shown this morning, again, like I said, there was a quick bit, or maybe it was yesterday. Let me run back here. It was yesterday evening, the very, very last testimony of Lucas Zanini, who was taking a video of the back of the car source. And like I said, you can see in that video the 20 seconds prior to the shooting, you see a giant mob of people in that parking lot beating cars, smashing windows with boards and pipes and bats and all kinds of things. And that is the mob into which Kyle decided he was not going to run. When Kyle ran into the grouping of 4 cars, the only other place to go was into that mob of people that was beating up cars and hitting them with bats and all kinds of stuff. So Kyle decides that he's cornered. He turns around. Rosenbaum puts a hand on his rifle, and Kyle pulls the trigger 4 times. Kyle testifies that he runs around the car and sees that McGinnis is rendering aid. We see in the video that Kyle investigates Rosenbaum for a quick moment and sees that other people are rendering aid to Rosenbaum. Then Kyle testifies that he calls Dominic Black, and he hears Zeminski's and other people in the crowd yelling, quote, "Get his ass." Kyle decides, he's testifying now, that in his head, he decided that it was safer to run back to that police line that he'd been turned away from earlier, run back to the police and turn himself in, because that would be a safer location for him to be in, given that the crowd is now agitated and searching him out. He testifies that he does remember slightly running past Lukowski, who's somebody that we heard from much earlier last week. And Kyle testifies that he told Lukowski, quote, "I shot him and I need help." Which Lukowski possibly misremembered when he was writing his police statement. There was some controversy earlier in the trial that Lukowski had written. Kyle told him, "I didn't shoot him, I need help." And Kyle's defense attorney had kind of teased that apart, saying that, well, wouldn't it make more sense if Kyle said, "I shot him, I need help"? If he didn't shoot anybody, why would he need help? I don't know if that really holds up, but either way, Kyle's testimony is that he told Lukowski, quote, "I just shot him, I need help." Kyle then skips to where Anthony Hubert hit him in the head with a skateboard. From Kyle's own words, we are now hearing that he felt Anthony Hubert's skateboard on his head. You know, we've seen that in pictures before. We've heard other testimony to that effect, and we've seen it in video. And the state prosecutors are still attempting to go with the narrative that Anthony Hubert missed when he hit Kyle, and that he, because Anthony Hubert swung and a miss with the skateboard, that means that Anthony Hubert wasn't a threat to Kyle, therefore no need to shoot him. I'm recounting this in the chronological order of the way it was testified. However, the way Kyle's being asked about it and the way he's remembering it isn't in perfect sequential order. So going back in time a little bit, Kyle testifies that he remembers Gage talking to him, which is something that we heard Gage testify to. It's a video that we saw. We know that Gage was taking video on Gage's phone, live streaming it to Facebook, and we see in that live stream, from Gage's own point of view, him running up to Kyle and asking him, "Did you just shoot him?" Kyle saying, "I'm going to the police," or something to that effect. Kyle recounts that he vaguely remembers that, but he doesn't exactly remember what he said, I believe. Let's see here. Kyle recounts that he remembers continuing to run, though staggering, after being hit by the skateboard, which is consistent with what we saw in the video. Kyle testifies that he was struck by something like a rock, though it had the gritty feel of concrete, which is consistent with what we see in the video, and chunks of concrete being thrown at other people is consistent with other things that we've seen that night in video and in testimony. Kyle recounts that he gets lightheaded from running and possibly being hit, and at some point he ends up on the ground. That's consistent with the video. Kyle then has a bunch of people approaching him, and he flags them with his rifle. All of them stop except for who we know as Jump Kick Man, who jumps over Kyle. And Kyle says that he feels the boot tread on his face. So Jump Kick Man was attempting to curb stomp Kyle. Kyle fires twice at Jump Kick Man, missing both times. Kyle testifies that he fires at Jump Kick Man because Kyle is worried about what will happen to him if he gets knocked out, which is extremely reasonable. If Kyle were to have gotten knocked out with a curb stomp that night, it's likely that, one, his rifle would have got taken from him, and possibly he would have been shot with it. Possibly other people would have been shot with it. But certainly the rioters have I mean, how many times did we see throughout the summer of love of 2020 of Antifa and BLM rioters beating people in the street to death, leaving them bloodied with severe mental trauma, like physical brain injuries as a result. We've seen dozens. I mean, like I said several times, at this point in the summer of 2020, we're talking about late August 2020, there was 30 verified kills by Antifa and BLM during the riots. That BLM and Antifa had killed specifically up to 30 people by this point in the summer. But that's just the people that actually expired. The number of people that they left with life-changing injuries, traumatic brain injuries, just absolute destruction. That numbered in the hundreds. There was so many videos of people laying in the street bloody while a mob kicks them to death or attempts to, curb stomping them, punching them, beating them, hitting them, all kinds of stuff. Some of those people survived, but I mean, what's left of their life is severely changed, and that certainly would have happened to Kyle had he been knocked out at that point in time. Kyle then testifies that after firing 2 shots at Jump Kick Man, he feels Huber hit him with a skateboard a second time. Kyle still does not pull the trigger on him. He then feels Huber pulling on his rifle. Kyle testifies that he can feel the rifle sling slipping off of him, meaning that he's concerned that the rifle will be taken away from his body. Kyle then pulls the trigger once, which as we know, stops Huber from pulling the rifle any further. He then sees Gage run up on him, point a gun at Kyle's head, and Kyle then fires at Gage. Then we get into an interesting spot, which let me take a drink here, and we'll get into that. Yes, Snicker Pie. The system does appear to be geared in such a manner to protect domestic terrorists and to crucify American patriots. That is accurate, an accurate representation of what's going on here. Alrighty, so Kyle will go back through his testimony of the specific sequence of events with Gage, because the sequence of events there is important, and I kind of glossed through a few of the details, and so did Kyle on the first pass, but they'll go back to it. Now, during jumping back a little ways, just to remind us of Gage's testimony, which was 2 days ago, I believe. Gage testified that the only reason why he thought that let me rephrase this, because Gage lied a lot during his testimony, so it's hard to say what it is that Gage was trying to say, because some of it contradicted itself. Gage testified that he believed Kyle had attempted to pull the trigger when Gage had his hands in the air in a surrender position. The reason why Gage testified he believed Kyle was attempting to shoot him while Gage's hands were in the air is because he watched Kyle clear a jam or re-rack his rifle. The defense attorney, jumping back to current time, the defense attorney asks Kyle, "Did you re-rack your rifle?" Kyle explains, "No, I did not." With some additional questioning, Kyle goes on to explain that if he had cleared a jam and re-racked or recharged, as Kyle pointed out that, and I have the same nomenclature. Either way is appropriate to say re-rack or recharge. Kyle says that the way he would refer to it with an AR is to recharge the rifle. There's a device called a recharging handle, and so when you are pulling that back to either, I guess, clear a jam or to, charge with the initial load to chamber the initial round, you call it charging because you're using the charging handle. You can call it re-racking, and that's fine too. Kyle just points out that he calls it charging. So Kyle explains that if he had recharged the rifle, if he had cleared a jam, it's likely that a unspent round, a live round, would have popped out of the I'm not a gun expert. I have some, but I don't what's it called? The thing that spits the bullet out, there we go. I'm sure somebody in chat will let me know what that thing's called. The breech, there we go. The breech would have spit out a unspent round, right? So if you, the two ways to get a bullet out of an AR-15 is you can pull the trigger and it shoots out the front, or you can re-rack or recharge the rifle, and that live round with the unfired bullet in it will just pop out of the breech. So Kyle explains this on the stand, and I had been previously thinking this because it had been testified and shown in evidence that Kyle had shot 8 rounds. He had a 30-round mag, and that magazine had 22 rounds left in it. We see on video Kyle shoot 8 times. So we know 8 of those original 30 bullets, 8 of those bullets came out the front of the rifle. None of them, the math wouldn't make sense unless Kyle somehow jammed 31 in there, which is entirely possible. It is actually possible that if Kyle's rifle was charged and then he pulled the magazine out, which would now have 28 rounds in it, and he added another case or another cartridge, that you could in fact get maybe, I guess I'd have to test this on mine. I'm pretty sure you could probably get 31 rounds, 30 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. Let me know in chat. I'm pretty sure you can do that with an AR. So either way, Kyle recounts that, but that's not been testified to. So Kyle recounts that he didn't re-rack and he didn't recharge when Gage was coming up on him, and that if he did, then there should be a unspent casing, a live round that would have popped out of his rifle, and that should have been collected as evidence. Like, that should be out in the street somewhere. However, in none of the evidence presented by the state, presented by the detectives, is there an unspent round anywhere. There is no live round that came out of Kyle's rifle. So now, not all rifle malfunctions are going to result in a unspent casing coming out, but it does seem more likely than not that Kyle did not recharge his rifle. Otherwise, we would have seen, we likely would have seen an additional round somewhere that was unspent on the ground somewhere, and that was never found. Why is this important? Why did I just spend so much time explaining that? Well, I wanted to explain that Kyle's logic, and I think the logic is sound, is it seems to be unlikely that Kyle recharged his rifle when Gage had his hands up, because there would have been an unspent casing on the ground. This is important because Gage said that Kyle must have tried to pull the trigger while Gage's hands were up, because otherwise, why would Kyle know that his rifle was malfunctioning? What Gage was saying is that Kyle must have pulled the trigger, realized his rifle had jammed, re-racked it, and then pointed it back at Gage. And the only reason why Gage didn't die while his hands were up is because Kyle was re-racking, or as the media put it, reloading his rifle. Kyle said that he wasn't doing that. So that basically Gage was trying to say, well, Kyle tried to shoot me earlier, he just couldn't because his rifle malfunctioned. Kyle says, no, I did not try to shoot him earlier. My rifle didn't malfunction, and I didn't pull the trigger on him when his hands were up. And so the state was trying to use this to say, well, it was Kyle's intent to shoot Gage while Gage was not a threat with his hands in the air, and it's just incidental that his rifle malfunctioned and Kyle was unable to kill him until Gage presented a threat. But if the state can show Kyle was attempting to kill Gage while Gage's hands were up, well, that doesn't go so well for Kyle now, does it? But Kyle's testimony here and the evidence seems to suggest there was no re-rack, which means Kyle didn't pull the trigger on Gage when his hands were up. Because if Kyle's rifle isn't malfunctioning, then Kyle can't pull the trigger on Gage when his hands are up. Otherwise, a bullet would have come out the other end. That's how rifles work. So I think that this was pretty important testimony because it undercut what was probably, it was pretty compelling, to be honest. Looking at this from from an objective point of view, it was compelling to hear Gage and the state say, it was very compelling for them to say that, oh, it looks like Kyle tried to pull the trigger on Gage when his hands were up. It's just the rifle malfunctioned. That was pretty compelling if true. That was huge if it was true. What Kyle's done here is just take really the only bit of compelling evidence or compelling theory provided by the defense and provided by Gage. The only thing that they said that was compelling, Kyle disarmed that, just as he disarmed Gage, by testifying that no, he did not re-rack, and had he re-racked, there'd be evidence of his re-rack because there would be an unspent bullet somewhere, and that unspent bullet was nowhere to be found. And also the count in the magazine to fired bullets doesn't quite make sense unless of course, let's see here, unless of course somehow Kyle was able to get a 30 round magazine into a AR that had one in the chamber. I will have to test that after stream. I'm considering probably not the best idea for me to test that while I'm streaming, but I do have an AR-15 nearby that I can test that on, and perhaps I will do a small experiment tonight, and I will come back to you with my results tomorrow as to whether or not you can chamber a round in an AR-15, refill the magazine back up to 30, slide it back in, and then now you've got an AR with 31 shots. That would be interesting. I guess I'll have to find that one out. All right, so Kyle goes into a more detailed description of his interaction with Gage Groswitz, the guy who he disarmed. He describes that Gage was close enough at first that their feet were touching, and you can basically see that in the video, that Kyle's laying down in a kind of a seated position with his legs out, and Gage runs up on him, and Gage's feet are pretty damn close to Kyle's feet. Kyle then sees Gage put his hands up and take a step back. He then sees Kyle. So what was Kyle doing with his rifle if he wasn't re-racking it? Because a lot of people said it looked like he was re-racking it. In fact, Crowder this morning on his show said that Crowder was part of the kind of misinformation accidentally. I believe I was too. A lot of people, basically everybody, thought that Kyle was re-racking or clearing a jam during this. I remember way back at the beginning, it was analyzed that it looks like Kyle was clearing a jam from his rifle, that he was re-racking it. Basically what it now is apparently being shown is that Kyle wasn't re-racking his rifle. He was actually putting it at lower than low ready. Normally low ready would still have the rifle kind of in the vertical position, just pointed at the ground, but Kyle had it pointed at the ground and tilted to the side, so it was very much out of ready position, not even low ready, it was unready position essentially. And so at the moment that Gage had stepped away from Kyle and put his hands in the air, Kyle had relaxed his grip on the rifle so much that the rifle seemed to slump over to the side a little bit in his hand. It was only after this that Kyle testifies Gage looked at Kyle and then lunged back at him, and then Kyle saw Gage's gun pointed at his head, which we've seen that picture. We know that happened. Gage even testified that happened. Gage testified that he held a pistol at Kyle's head and that Kyle didn't shoot him until Gage pointed a pistol at his head. Kyle corroborated Gage's testimony that Kyle saw Gage lunge back at him after he had attempted to pretend like he was surrendering. Kyle testifies that he saw Gage lunge back at him and that his arms came down from an upward position to the pistol being leveled at Kyle's head, and it was only after Kyle saw a pistol pointed at his face that Kyle pulled the trigger on Gage. Almost like it was self-defense or something. Alrighty, let's see here. After shooting Gage's arm off, though, Kyle testifies that he was unaware of where he had shot Gage until much after the incident. He obviously knows now, but at the point in time that it happened, he was unaware of where on Gage's body he had shot. Kyle testifies after this, he gets up and by getting on a knee and standing up a little bit, and he flags a few other people approaching him with his rifle, and they take the hint and step back. He says that he notices somebody wielding either a pipe or a board to the side of him. This is a person that we see in multiple photos and videos of the incident, at which point Kyle continues walking towards the police line, to turn himself in. Kyle testifies that when he gets to the police line, one of the officers pepper sprays him. This is one of the officers that we've heard from previously in previous testimony. These are the officers that testified that they were out on patrol that night, even though they weren't. Let's see here. Kyle says after being turned away by the police, he goes back to the car source, the original car source that he was attempting to get back to earlier. He testifies that he sees Joanne Fiddler, and that a little bit of the conversation that was had once he gets back. And then Dominic Black drives Kyle back to his house in Antioch, Illinois, which is the next city over, like 10 minutes away. Kyle's mom then drives him to the Antioch Police Department. Kyle tells Antioch Police that he was involved. He just says generally that he was involved in a shooting in Kenosha and that he needs to speak to a Kenosha detective. So why were there Kenosha detectives that headed over to Antioch? Because Kyle told the Antioch Police, get a Kenosha detective over here. I have something to tell them. Kyle then testifies that he was in the waiting room of the police station, vomiting and having panic attacks and unable to breathe for something like 30, 40 minutes before the detectives arrived. This seems to be pretty much textbook description of a parasympathetic nerve response. Basically, when you come out of shock or you come out of an adrenaline rush, or you're still in shock and you're coming out of an adrenaline rush, adrenaline is essentially a really hardcore drug that your body makes for itself. And when it's done and it's all used up, your body goes through essentially withdrawal from the adrenaline. You can kind of imagine how much adrenaline Kyle probably had running through his system at that moment. Probably had enough adrenaline going through his system that he might have damaged his adrenal gland. I'm not joking about that. I think he quite possibly could have. But obviously his body coming off that high of adrenaline, that is going to give him essentially withdrawal symptoms. What are withdrawal symptoms? Well, it's shortness of breath, throwing up, panic attacks. That's the kind of symptoms that he was having while waiting for the detectives to make their way over to Antioch. This is the end of Kyle's testimony, initially with the defense attorneys, and now we begin the cross-examination, which, to the best of my knowledge, was still going on. Well, I know for a fact the cross-examination was still going on during the beginning of this stream. It may still be going on, but I think they've probably taken a break by now. So because I started the stream at the time that I did, I was unable to finish through all of Kyle's testimony today, but we'll finish the rest of that off tomorrow. But if you've heard anything about the testimony today, you've probably heard about the part I'm about to talk about, which is the cross-examination by Prosecutor Binger, who got in a lot of trouble today. A little bit of a spoiler, a little bit of a jumping ahead here. Kyle's defense attorneys have, as a result of the way the state examined Kyle today, Kyle's defense attorneys have moved for mistrial with prejudice. And just to give you an idea of what that means, mistrial with prejudice means that if a mistrial is declared, prejudice means that Kyle can't be retried for this. If it's just a mistrial, they can retry Kyle for these same charges. If the judge grants mistrial with prejudice, then Kyle is just off. The trial's over, the charges are dropped, and Kyle can't be charged again with this. It would just be immediate, done, over, go home, Kyle. Please have a nice life, the best that you can with that PTSD. The judge said that he will consider it. Again, I'm jumping a little ahead here, but I just wanted to give you kind of a teaser as to where this is going. And as I describe the sequence of events that gets us to that point in time, you will probably understand why that happened. All right, so let me take a drink here so we can get through this whole thing. Anyone know a good way to deal with hiccups? I don't know, Shaman King. Snicker Pie, YouTube, and I'm gonna unblock it here. Snicker Pie on YouTube says they are not, quote, journalists. They're Antifa and BLM domestic terrorists. And YouTube tried to censor that. YouTube asked me if I wanted to allow that comment through. I clicked on it so that it did go through, but it's just funny that that's I don't see any curse words in there. It's interesting that YouTube decided to hold that for review there. All right, so Binger is a big jerk dummy. That's Binger up on the screen right there. Binger is the lead state prosecuting attorney. He is the guy that attempted yesterday to get that witness to change his statement to coerce his testimony. So Binger, not a good dude. Binger starts off by asking, you intended to kill Rosenbaum, right? You intended to kill Anthony Hubert. You intended to kill Gage. You intended to kill Jump Kick Man. The response that Kyle gives is various, but essentially they all result in Kyle responding that I intended to stop the threat. And Mr. Binger keeps going, did you intend to kill them? Kyle keeps saying, I intended to stop the threat, which a little bit of Fox witness training, I guess, or suggestion is that that is, in fact, the correct response. If you were involved in a self-defense case, the correct response is, I intended to stop the threat. That's it. Again, this is not legal advice. And I'm sure that statement will get me in trouble if I'm ever involved in and so will this one. Just digging myself a hole here. Alrighty. Let's see here. Binger then asks a meandering series of odd questions to Kyle. I didn't even write down what they were because I had really no idea what it is that he was trying to get through here. And during his questions, right off the bat, the judge actually stops. He just stop, jury out, and he sends the jury out. Doesn't even say why, just immediately brings the entire proceeding to a halt and sends the jury out. The judge then says that the state is right on the line and maybe over the line on commenting about Kyle's right to remain silent. So basically what the state was asking is, Kyle, you did a media interview in the time between the shooting and the time between the trial, right? Kyle, yes. But today is the first day that you've chosen to tell your story. And so what the state defense attorney or the state prosecution attorney was trying to do is trying to impeach Kyle's decision to only give certain interviews and to otherwise remain quiet the last 14 months. One of the things that Binger says in his meandering lines of questions is, isn't it odd that Kyle chose to only speak now about what happened to him that night with the benefit of watching everyone else who testified so that Kyle can tailor his narrative to fit with the testimony already given. Essentially, the reason why this isn't okay and the reason why the judge stops it immediately is because, first off, when you're testifying in your own case, it's understood that you've already seen all the other testimony, because typically if you're testifying in your own trial where you're the defendant, typically you're going to go last. That's just usually how the setup is. So it's known that you're going to see all the other testimony, which is unique because most other testifiers are not going to see each other typically. So what Binger is trying to say here is that Kyle intentionally didn't give any media interviews because he didn't want there to be a record of what really happened that night, and that Kyle had somehow conspired with the other witnesses, again, most of the witnesses being the state's witnesses, that somehow Kyle had conspired with the state's witnesses for them to all lie, and then Kyle was going to match his testimony up with their testimony And then the real story would never get out. And the reason why Binger knows this is because Kyle never told his full story in the media prior to today during trial. The reason why the judge stopped this is because guess what? We have a constitution in this country. One of those funny things in the Constitution is the right to remain silent. You don't have any obligation to give media interviews, especially not about a case in which you're the defendant in. In fact, the media interviews that Kyle did give, he probably should not have given those. But Mr. Binger here is commenting on, isn't it strange that Kyle chose to remain silent? And the judge says, no, you can't, and very angrily says, you cannot comment on that. You cannot imply to the jury that there's something wrong. You can't imply to the jury that there's something nefarious about exercising your Fifth Amendment right. To do so is a blatant violation of Kyle's constitutional rights. And the judge says, Mr. Binger, you are right on the line and maybe over the line on commenting on Kyle's right to remain silent. So the judge excoriates Binger here right off the bat, saying, basically, Binger, you, the state prosecutor, just violated Kyle's Fifth Amendment constitutional right. And if you didn't violate it, ooh, man, you are right on the edge of doing it, and you better stop right now. Now, Binger would know this. Binger knows that what he's doing, and we're going to get into that here. After excoriating Binger here, the judge invites the jury back in, and the state prosecutor continues their cross-examination. Skipping over his meandering line of questioning that the judge just yelled at him about, Binger skips to discussing Kyle buying discussing how Kyle came to own this AR-15. We review a story that we already know that Dominic Black purchased, probably a straw purchase, a AR-15 for Kyle. We've gone through that already. It really doesn't matter in the context of whether or not this was a self-defense shooting. The origin of the rifle is unimportant. Binger asks a bunch of really meandering and rather stupid questions about why choose an AR-15. The reason why this is stupid is because Binger is trying to imply that, well, wouldn't it be better to have a pistol? Well, you can't have, because there's federal law that you can't have a pistol until certain states have laws that you can't have a pistol until certain ages. I think that there's a federal law that you can't have one until you're 21. I could be wrong. That might just be my state. I'm not sure. Either way, it's easier as a teenager to acquire an AR-15, actually. There is, in fact, Kyle's defense, one of their current motions is that the whole idea that Kyle had an illegal rifle, that he wasn't supposed to have that rifle, is actually predicated on that law being unconstitutional, which I agree with. So it was easier for Kyle to buy a rifle than it was for him to buy a pistol. And the Binger just basically goes through this stupid meandering set of questions about like, well, wouldn't a pistol have been better? And Kyle actually agrees. Yeah, I would have much rather had a pistol, but I couldn't. I had to get an AR. The state asks Kyle, why does Kyle think he can have an AR? What gives Kyle the right to have an AR? What gives him the thought that that's an appropriate weapon for him to have? And Kyle says that he's actually, this part's funny. Let me back up here because this part was actually pretty funny. So the state asks Kyle, why do you think you can have an AR? Kyle replies, I spoke with a police officer one time and he suggested an AR was fine for me to have at 17. The state objected to the response to their own question. So the state asks Kyle a question, Kyle answers the question, and the state objects to the answer to their own question, saying that Kyle is offering hearsay. And the judge explains that, well, first off, you can't object because you're asking the question. And also, the state asked Kyle, why did you think that you could have an AR-15? From where did the knowledge in your mind, where did that knowledge come from that you at 17 could own an AR-15? And Kyle says that knowledge came from a police officer. So the state is objecting to that answer as hearsay, and the judge says, you can't object to that. He's answering your question. You asked him, where did he get the idea in his head that he could have an AR-15? And he told you he got that idea from a police officer. You can't ask him where he got the knowledge from and then object to his response. That's not how that works. It's completely idiotic. Let's see here. So then the state asks Kyle, which this you might have seen too, this one was going around Twitter quite a bit. The state asks Kyle if he chose an AR-15 because he played Call of Duty and other video games, which I thought was funny. Isn't it true that you shoot people in video games? To which Kyle responds, yes. Let's see. I actually think I've got a video of that exchange here. Let me see if I can find that here real quick. Actually, there's some breaking news too. Perhaps I did not have that as queued up as I thought I did. Alrighty. Either way, interesting exchange of trying to blame this on video games. Basically, Binger said, isn't it true that in Call of Duty you run around shooting everybody with AR-15s? And then Kyle responds, yes, but video games aren't real life, which was a real mic drop moment, I think. Binger then goes over Kyle's social media bio handle. So we've seen previously that Kyle's TikTok profile name, his handle is 4 Doors More Whores, which is funny. And then Kyle's bio on TikTok is just trying to be famous. So Mr. Binger tries to, basically his whole theory here that he's trying to build a case upon is that Kyle's bio of just trying to be famous, that represents motive. So Binger says, what's your bio on TikTok? Kyle responds, just trying to be famous. Then Binger says, isn't it true that this case has made you very famous? And so essentially what Binger is trying to do here, what the state is trying to build, this is how weak the state's case is. The state's case is so weak that they are trying to say that Kyle's TikTok bio is motive for Kyle to go hunt down 4 people to shoot at that night. That's, I guess, if that is the case the state wants to make, I don't think even the stupidest jury is going to be able to. I don't think even the stupidest jury is going to accept that. But Binger is an adult and he's free to make that case, I guess. Binger then goes through a very convoluted line of questions about whether or not Kyle's a real firefighter. Kyle had done, as I said earlier, and as Kyle had testified to the defense earlier on direct examination, Kyle had been part of kind of like a shadow program with the fire department where they would go out on ride-alongs and they did some like EMT training and they learned how to like fold hoses and provide medical, various kinds of medical assistance and stuff like that. And so Binger says, well, you're not a member of the Antioch Fire Department. And Kyle goes, no, I'm a member. And Binger says, well, you're not a firefighter, are you? And Kyle goes, no. And Binger says, well, then you're not a member, are you? And Kyle goes, yes, I am a member because I'm part of this program that is put on by the fire department. So Binger is trying to like equate, like, why is this not, and why is Kyle not lying when he says, yes, I'm a member, even though he's not a firefighter? Well, there's a lot of people who work at like fire stations, like, people who answer the phones, cleaning services, maintenance staff, truck mechanics. There's a lot of people that work at various companies that aren't just the only thing that company does. So like lots of people probably are members of the fire department that aren't firefighters. Kyle, similarly, being essentially an intern at the fire department, he is a member of the fire department being an intern there. He's just not a firefighter. That's why firefighters are called firefighters, not members of a fire department. So Binger is trying to go through this. He spent like 5 minutes on this, and it was just a really weird series of meandering questions about Kyle's not a real firefighter, is he? And basically, Binger's point in all of this is that, well, Kyle's not a real firefighter, so why was he trying to put out fires that night, huh? Because only firefighters put out fires, huh? If you're not a real firefighter, you can't be putting out fires, can you now? Huh? So I guess, I don't know. I guess that's Binger's case. Let's see here. Then Binger asks Kyle, what right did you have to be out in Kenosha with an AR-15? And Kyle basically says that he has the same rights as everyone else to be out in the city and armed. And Binger says, well, adults have those rights. And I guess in Binger's minds, children don't have the right to self-defense, and they don't have the right to be out in Kenosha at random times. Now, even with the AR-15, because of certain exemptions in Wisconsin law, Kyle is allowed to have the AR-15 for various purposes. And as I stated earlier, the defense is saying that any law saying Kyle at 17 can't be holding an AR-15, that's an unconstitutional law. And so they're also challenging the constitutionality of that. So constitutionally, it seems Kyle can have that. That's what gives him the right to do that. Actually, God gives him the right to do that. It's just the Constitution says people like Mr. Binger can't do anything about that right. So again, it's this weird thing about, I don't know. It was very, very weird and unconvincing. At this point, then Binger goes through what I said earlier about disparaging Kyle's job as a lifeguard and making fun of the rescue tube. That it looks weird, I guess. I don't know what Binger has against lifeguards. Maybe he tried to date one and they shook him off. I don't know. Let's see here. Then he tries to continue. Basically, all this line of questioning that Binger was going through was essentially trying to build the case that Kyle had no business in Kenosha, that Kyle should not have even been there to begin with. But the whole, it's an irrelevant case to make, because what the state has to prove is that what the state has to prove so that Kyle can't claim self-defense is that the state has to prove Kyle initiated the dispute. Kyle just having mere presence in a city does not constitute initiating a dispute. This is America. We have freedom of movement. You are allowed to be certain places. You being in a certain place does not on its own, especially a public place, you being in a public place does not on its own constitute a provocation of a dispute. But the state is trying to build this case that Kyle shouldn't have been in the city of Kenosha. But even if they did, let's say that the state was successfully able to build the case that Kyle shouldn't have been in the state of Kenosha, or in the city of Kenosha. Well, I don't think that necessarily does anything at all, because just merely being in a location does not on its own imply that you've initiated conflict with somebody. That's just totally bizarre that he would even try to go that route. And I don't know, I really at this point don't know what the point of it is. And we're going to get into that. It seems like there is no point in that. Then the Binger goes through another bizarre line of questioning about Kyle defending property with deadly force. And then Binger asks the question that received, let's see here, this response. The state prosecutor Binger asks, Kyle, isn't it true that you wanted to defend property with deadly force, even though you can't defend property with deadly force? It's illegal to defend property with deadly force. Isn't it true that you wanted to defend property with deadly force? The judge snaps, brings everything to a halt again in the middle of the question, and the judge sends the jury out. Let's see if I can find this instance here, because this was quite the fireworks show. Bear with me while I try to find this.
Your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that
Okay, that wasn't the spot I was looking for, but that does again confirm what I said earlier about Kyle's he only had 30 rounds, so I don't know if he recharged it. I don't know where that extra round went. Trying to see if I can find this once more. That's the problem with doing this live. You can't grab timestamps when it's a live stream because the timestamps don't get fixed until the live stream ends. And since this ended after I started streaming, I wasn't able to pick up timestamps for this, unfortunately. Let's see here.
would do versus a hollow point, right?
Nope. That is another interesting spot in there. Let's see if I can... If you guys wait for me just a little bit here, we'll see if we can find this clip here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it though. It's a lot of stuff to go through real quick here. All right, we're gonna abandon that. So basically, they ask again if Kyle wanted to defend property with deadly force. So judge sends the jury out. Why did the judge send the jury out? Well, the defense replies immediately as soon as the jury goes out. The defense stands up and says, Mr. Binger, again, Kyle's defense lawyer saying to the judge, Mr. Binger is, quote, either forgetting the court's ruling or intentionally trying to provoke a mistrial. The judge then screamed at Binger. So basically the reason why this all happened is that the state was previously trying to go into a case where Kyle had made a comment 15 days prior to the shooting on, I think, social media. Kyle made a comment that he thought the looters should be shot. Again, Kyle 15 days earlier would have been mid-August. Kyle would have watched the same as we did 3 to 4 months worth of the riots of 2020. And I think a lot of us had that idea in our head that, perhaps if the looters were being shot at, maybe they wouldn't be looting. And this piece of evidence was specifically barred in pretrial. The judge specifically said this evidence is not to be brought up. It is not relevant to this case. It is not to be brought up. Don't bring it up. And so Binger was getting into this. He was about to ask about this thing. That's where his line of questioning was going. That's why the judge stopped it. And Binger kind of goes through this whole thing of, let's see here. I got some help in chat that maybe we're looking at like 5:18 for the timing on this. Is that somebody? Timberwolf might have found it for me. Let's see if we can get this here.
Yeah, again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the...
Okay, so we'll just be able to watch this here real quick. Thank you so much, Timber. So I'll jump back here a little bit, but this is a spot that I was just talking about. We'll just watch through it instead of me re-explaining it.
I ask you to go into the library.
That you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case. Mr. Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an
Mr. Binger? First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that, and the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You
your...
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in this
me.
case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect...
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your argument's of record. My comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed. Even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time, you should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just...
There we go. I think I'm muted. You can see the defense attorneys in the background shaking their heads. So that's actually not true. What Mr. Bringer is referencing, that the state had brought in, or that the defense had brought in evidence that Kyle pointed a gun at somebody sitting in a car, was somebody who's been referred to as Yellow Pants. Yellow Pants on video, on Richie McGinnis's video, accused Kyle in the street that Kyle had yesterday pointed a rifle at him for standing on a car. Now, Kyle had not been in Kenosha the day before to point said rifle at Mr. Yellow Pants. And Kyle responded to Mr. Yellow Pants in the moment, yeah, of course I did, or something to that effect, just something to diffuse it, something to not be disagreeable, and just keep walking along his way. And Kyle had testified previously that this was meant to be sarcastic and just a way of diffusing the situation, not to get into an argument, because Kyle had places to be, not to sit around arguing with Yellow Pants about whether or not he was in Kenosha the day prior. So this whole thing, that first off, just on a logical level, is not possible to have happened because Kyle is known to not be in Kenosha the day prior when Yellow Pants claims this happened. So it's not possible for Kyle to, even if Kyle agrees that he pointed a rifle at Yellow Pants, well, it doesn't matter. It was impossible for Kyle to have done that because Kyle wasn't in Kenosha the day prior. So the state is taking this offhand statement that Kyle testified to making, and that's on video. The state is taking this as evidence that Kyle used a rifle to defend property at some point, and that now this opens the door to Mr. Bringer bringing up this social media post that Kyle had made 15 days prior, even though it doesn't. And that's what the judge is so upset about. We'll continue letting them hash it out, though. Just to give you guys some context as to what's going on, though, that's what's being referred to right now.
Just testimony in this case that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could.
Also, there's a severe difference between what Mr. Binger here is talking about. So Kyle was asked directly, did you point a gun at Yellow Pants? Kyle said no. Then he was asked, did you tell Yellow Pants that you pointed a gun at him? Kyle said yes, in effect. So what's at issue here is, did Kyle point a gun at Yellow Pants? It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant what Kyle said to Yellow Pants. What's important is Kyle's testimony that he did not point a gun at Yellow Pants. And there's other testimony that at the time Yellow Pants was on a car, Kyle did not point a rifle at him, partially because Kyle wasn't there that day. But this attempt to transpose the response of what Kyle told Yellow Pants versus what Kyle did to Yellow Pants, the attempt to transpose those two events is the most lawyerly sneaky thing I think I've ever seen Mr. Binger do here in this case. But we'll let this continue to play out. But just to give you guys context as to what's going on here, since I watched the whole thing and you guys have only seen what I'm telling you about.
Without in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property. It goes...
He had the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want...
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Slow down, please.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting, with the defendant, to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I made that more relevant. You would admit it, or at least consider it it's an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call,
His statements do, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's the reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
And what I can't remember what his name is here, but the Kyle's defense lawyer here, what he's explaining is, and we've seen this throughout the trial and video, and I've often wondered what it is, where one of Kyle's defense lawyers will go whisper something, sweet nothings, into the ear of these state prosecutors. And I always wonder what they're talking about. And now we know is that what he just said is that several points throughout this case, the state's line of questioning appears to be going down rabbit trails that the state had previously said they didn't want to go down, because if the state opens doors to things like commenting on why does Rosenbaum not like guns? Well, the reason why it sounds like, from what the state or the Kyle's defense is saying, it sounds like the reason why Rosenbaum doesn't like guns is it sounds like he had a gun pulled on him during one of his rape convictions, during his previous prosecutions. That is probably something the state would not want to have opened up. So what Kyle's defense lawyers did was go kindly and gently whisper sweet nothings into their ear. Hey, you better stop asking these questions because you're about to walk into a door we had all agreed to you didn't want to open up. Now, the defense wants to open those doors up for sure, but it's up to the state to open those doors for that context. And so what the state is arguing is, well, I thought the door was open, so I just barged in, and that's not how it's supposed to be, as per what the defense lawyers just said here. But that's what he was talking about when he said, earlier, you guys have tiptoed up to these things already, and we warned you, we gave you warnings that you shouldn't do this, and then this time you just barged right through it, and now you got the wrath of the judge on you. There's a few more minutes here, and they are all well worth it, so we will continue watching on this. This segment right here is probably going to end up being one of the most important parts of the trial here, because this is likely what you're watching. This is about 14-minute clip here. You are probably watching what will end up being the reason why Kyle is just acquitted by the judge without having to go through a full jury trial. We'll talk about that later. But if Kyle is just snap decision by the judge let off, this clip is going to be the reason why.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me. You knew very well.
Don't get
You
brazen.
know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not There's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now.
Basically, what the judge is describing is that there is what Binger wants to bring into evidence here is that Kyle has this, again, an attitude and a desire and a wish, a long-term wish to use his AR-15 to shoot would-be shoplifters. That this is a thing that Kyle has a desire to do and has had a desire to do for at least 15 days prior to the shooting and possibly longer. What the judge is explaining is that during cases when the prosecutors want to prove premeditation, that kind of evidence is admissible because it would go towards proving that this is premeditated and something that the defendant had been thinking about for a long time. What the judge just explained, though, is that this is not a case of premeditation. This is a case of, over the course of seconds in time, that Kyle had to make snap decisions to defend himself. And they have these seconds in time, and these snap decisions have nothing to do with his prior beliefs and wishes of making good on his threat to shoot at would-be shoplifters. And so it's not relevant in this case because the state isn't trying to prove premeditation, or at least they weren't. Perhaps they are now because the state has had one failed legal theory after another, one failed case attempt at building after another. So perhaps the last one in the Rolodex is now the state's trying to prove that Kyle went there with the premeditated intent to kill all these people. And that is one, it's a little late in the trial to attempt that legal theory. Two, it's absurd on the face of it. It's absolutely absurd on the face of it. So absurd that the judge is explaining there is absolutely no evidence that you have that could possibly build a case of premeditation. Therefore, you can't bring in evidence that's specifically about premeditation or an attempt to prove premeditation if you have no prior evidence of premeditation. The attitude of premeditation would have to be a secondary piece of evidence, right? Because what I just explained, maybe in your head you're thinking, well, isn't that a paradox, Fox, where, well, you have to prove premeditation before you can bring in evidence of premeditation. Well, I think the attitude thing is kind of a secondary piece of evidence. I think that you need to have some other tangible activity that would indicate premeditation, like perhaps making a list or writing a map or grabbing somebody's name or maybe finding research on Kyle's hard drive about Rosenbaum and other things like that. Other hard evidence that indicates that Kyle had thought about something about these people prior to the day that he shot them. But and then if they had that evidence, then they could bring in these statements of attitude that Kyle had some kind of murderous intent. But there's none of that. There is no hard evidence that Kyle had any kind of premeditation prior to this. And so there's no reason to bring in the soft evidence of his alleged murderous attitude, because this is not a case about premeditation. This is a case about self-defense over a course of seconds, not anything to do with premeditation of 15 days. Again, Binger here, the evidence that he's talking about that he wants to bring in would indicate premeditation of 15 days prior to the incident. Is there anything that Kyle did that day that was it part of Kyle's premeditative strategy to go clean up graffiti for 2 hours the earlier in the day? Is it part of Kyle's premeditation strategy to give his plate carrier to somebody? Is it part of Kyle's premeditation strategy to wrap somebody's ankle and direct them to the nearest hospital to treat their sprain? Is it Kyle's premeditation strategy to try to get away from Rosenbaum and to go towards the original car source and past the police line? Is it Kyle's premeditation that the police sent him back? Is it Kyle's premeditation that he was going to go put out a fire in the Duramax? Is it Kyle's premeditation that he was running away from Rosenbaum? No. And so it's absolutely absurd and ridiculous on the face of it, and that's why the judge is so angry. That Binger would attempt to bring in this auxiliary evidence of premeditation when there is no case of premeditation, and the only thing that evidence could serve to do is bias the jury against Kyle, bias them against Kyle based on something that has nothing to do with this case. There's all kinds of things that I'm sure the defense would love to bring in about how Rosenbaum raped 5-year-olds and about how Hubert beat his girlfriends and held a knife to his brother's throat, and about how Gage robbed somebody's house at gunpoint. I'm sure that there's lots of things like that that have nothing to do with this particular case that the defense would love to bring up just to bias the jury against them. But they can't, because that's not how the legal system works. That's not how trial works. And that's not how Binger isn't special in this. And Binger can't bring up these things that Kyle did to impeach his character that have nothing to do with the moment at hand. That's why the judge is so angry. That's why everybody's so angry. Hopefully that was some good explanation as to what's going on here. We'll continue watching this.
These thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody, or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense, that's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to, or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
All righty. Well, that was that bit. There's a lot more to go through here, and we're going to continue going through here. I would, the guys in chat, I much appreciated you finding me that clip. If you happen to also find me a clip and timestamp of the ammo explanation, which we'll get to here momentarily, I would also much appreciate that. But before we get to that part, we, as you just heard, after the Mr. Binger was admonished by the judge rather severely, they invited the jury back in, and Mr. Binger abandoned his line of questioning. Let's see here. Mr. Binger discusses that Kyle was driving his car without a license. That there was an objection to that. Also, I would be surprised, and my state during COVID, everything that had to do with driving stuff, like your car title, your driver's license, your tags, everything had a 6-month extension on it automatically because of COVID. And so you could actually drive around with a expired license for up to 7 months, because you get a I believe every state has a 30-day grace period where after your license expires, you have 30 days to renew it, and you're still good to go. But my state added 6 months to it. Now, I don't know. I don't live in Wisconsin. I wonder if Wisconsin did something similar to that. And so, given that this is summer of 2020, if they did do something like that, it's actually entirely possible that even though Kyle's license was technically expired, it may have been not expired given the COVID extensions. I don't know about that for sure, but that's entirely possible. But the state starts asking him these questions about how you're driving around on an expired license, and there's an objection because it's entirely irrelevant. Whether or not Kyle's driver's license is expired is absolutely irrelevant to everything that happened that night. Let's see here. Then, so there's an objection. The judge, already angry at Binger, sustains the objection, so the line of questioning is dropped. There's some other clarification of things that Kyle already testified to when he was under direct examination. Mr. Binger goes through this ridiculous line of questioning / explanation that, Kyle used GPS to get to the car source, but why would Kyle need to use GPS? Because he's from the city, or he claims to be of the city. And Kyle says, well, I needed to use GPS to get there because so many roads were closed. And Mr. Binger goes, well, were the roads closed because of construction? And Kyle goes, no, they were closed because of the riots, which I don't know what the fuck Binger thought he was going to respond with, but I thought that was absolutely hilarious. Of course the roads were closed. There's fucking riots that had burned down dozens of businesses. And then Binger tries to say, well, there wasn't riots during the day, was there? Well, no, but there's dozens of buildings burned to ash and rubble all over the streets. There's burned trash collection truck things, the big dumpster truck things that the city had put out as barricades that were burned to cinder, and I'm sure the next morning were still blocking the road. Like, Mr. Binger, what the fuck are you thinking? Let's see here. Then the state asks, Mr. Binger asks Kyle, why didn't he follow the curfew? Because Kyle is out past 8 p.m. that night. So why didn't Kyle follow curfew? This is a ridiculous line of questioning because Kyle has already had his charge of being late for curfew dismissed, and therefore the state has no right to question him on charges that he's not on trial for. However, this is another example of anarcho-tyranny, because you've got, again, the state who they didn't care, the city didn't care that everyone else was breaking curfew that night. They only care that Kyle, somebody who was specifically identified by the president, again, Joe Biden tweeted out a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse with the caption that white supremacy is a threat to America. Joe Biden tweeted that out. And of all the people being prosecuted for curfew violations over the 3 nights of Kenosha riots, Kyle Rittenhouse, somebody who was by face and by name identified by the president of these United States as a political adversary individually, for some reason the state decides that they're going to go after Kyle and they're not going to go after any of the other people that were rioting that night. This is anarcho-tyranny. They resigned the city to anarchy, let Kyle try to survive the anarchy, and then the next morning when the sun comes up, the state then drops the tyranny on Kyle by judging him by laws that were not in effect that night. That is the anarcho-tyranny that I am discussing here. Alrighty, let's see here. Binger asks, wasn't your AR-15 in the way of you providing medical treatment? Kyle says yes. Which is actually interesting line of questioning because in that question, Binger now concedes that Kyle was providing medical aid to people when that was previously the state's position that Kyle was not providing medical aid to people. Interesting tactic, Mr. Binger. Then Binger asks, wouldn't it be easier for you to have been carrying a pistol? And Kyle says, yes, except for it's not legal for him to be carrying a pistol because he's not 21. So I think Mr. Binger here is pointing out some flaws in certain gun control laws that we've got here. Because Kyle said he actually would have much preferred to be carrying a pistol, but the AR is the only thing that he could be carrying. Let's see here. Kyle testifies that Dominic Black told Kyle to grab the AR-15 when they were at Dominic's house. This is something that Dominic had previously testified that he was ambivalent to, that Dominic testified that he didn't tell Kyle to get it and he didn't tell Kyle to put it back when he saw it. Kyle had the rifle and Dominic had no opinion on it, was Dominic's testimony. Kyle, however, is testifying that Dominic specifically told Kyle to grab the rifle. Let's see here. Mr. Binger tries to determine at what point during the night Kyle initially charged the rifle. So, as was previously discussed, when you load a magazine into an empty AR-15, you have to first charge the rifle with the charging handle, also possibly called racking it. And what this does is similar to doing racking the slide on a pistol that you've just loaded. It puts a round in the chamber. Without this initial charging action, you can pull the trigger all day and nothing's going to come out of it. It's only after you charge the rifle that you can start shooting one trigger pull, one bullet, but not until you've charged it. So now there's a couple different ways that you can carry either a pistol or a rifle. Well, we'll just focus on rifles for the sake of this conversation. If you were carrying an AR-15, you could carry it uncharged, in which case, in the event that you needed to use it, you would need to first charge the handle, then aim at what you're shooting at and pull the trigger. If you've pre-charged it, meaning you're walking around with one in the chamber, then when you need to use it, you can just point and pull the trigger and a bullet will come out. And I think it might be an interesting, possibly an interesting, however irrelevant line of questioning as to what point in the night did Kyle decide to charge his rifle? At what point in the night did Kyle decide that he needed to have one in the chamber? And Kyle testifies that he does not know at what point in the night the rifle became charged. He does not remember charging it, and he believes that it was possibly charged, meaning that there was one in the chamber at the moment that he grabbed it from Dominic's house, that perhaps they were storing it in a charged state. I don't think that there's anything particularly wrong with that. I try not to give too many descriptions of how I keep and store my firearms. I will just say that I am familiar with the method of storing a rifle in a charged state. Let's see here. Dominic, let's see here. Nope, not Dominic. The state, Mr. Binger keeps saying Full Metal Jacket as if this is like a bad anime review. Like they say Full Metal Jacket, like the full metal part of the jacket is like the bad part. This is the kind of language and I guess it's cadence and tone of voice that you might notice. It's a good way of identifying that Mr. Binger has no idea what firearms are, and he's probably not very familiar with firearms. That became very clear from other parts that we're about to get into. But you know when somebody doesn't know a lot about guns or they're very new to gun culture stuff, the way they speak is identifiable of their greenness to that. And so I think Binger either is green on weapons or more likely he's intentionally saying these kind of, for lack of a better term, trigger words like Full Metal Jacket to deliberately confuse the jury by making it sound like, oh, Kyle loaded his rifle with Full Metal Jacket rounds. You know, only somebody who had murderous intent in their heart would load their rifle with Full Metal Jacket, which is actually funny because he will go on, and thank you so much, Timber, for giving me that clip, which we're going to watch here in a second. The funniest part about this is that Binger makes a distinction between Full Metal Jacket and Hollow Point. Please, I'm sure you will correct me if I'm wrong, but I know for a fact all of the Hollow Point that I have is lead hollow point wrapped in full metal copper. So I think that hollow points, and while they might not be advertised as such, I believe that hollow points can also have full metal jackets. And so making a distinction between full metal jacket and hollow point is not accurate. I'm open to being corrected in comments here, but it is my understanding, based off my own experience, that all of my hollow points are copper in color, and that they are not copper all the way through, that they do have lead inside of the underneath the copper skin. And so it would be my understanding that full metal jacket would imply a lead slug wrapped in a copper coating. And my hollow point cartridges, the bullet is a hollow point lead slug wrapped in a copper coating. So I would imagine that they're both considered full metal jacket. Again, gun industry doesn't really talk like that. You wouldn't go to the gun store and say, I'm looking for full metal jacket rounds. You wouldn't say that. You would probably just say that you're looking for, I know every time I've wanted to go get 5.56, I just say I'm looking for 5.56, and usually full metal jacket's like the standard round. Like, it's not like, there's nothing special about it. It's like the default is full metal jacket, which is why it doesn't really mean anything. Let's see here. I could continue on, but basically Mr. Binger here is about to go into a very fun exploration as to what ammo Kyle had loaded that day. And Mr. Timberwolf was...
You know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point...
Mr. Timber was kind enough to find me the clip of that, which we're going to watch right here. I also accidentally just minimized all of the windows that I have, which was great. Okay. Yeah, let's watch this clip here.
Bullets.
Thank you, Timber.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
That is accurate.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than full metal jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full metal jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use full metal jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at, let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is...
When the judge, first off, Mr. Binger just stated, the lawyers are not allowed to make statements. Lawyers are allowed to ask questions, but they are not allowed to make statements. Only the witness is allowed to make statements. What Mr. Binger just did there was he just stated outright that hollow point bullets explode when they hit deer, and then he made another statement, and then he asked Kyle a question. That is right off the bat not allowed, because now Mr. Binger is giving testimony. Mr. Binger is not allowed to give testimony. He's a lawyer. He's allowed to ask questions, but he's not allowed to give testimony. He's not allowed to make statements. What's funny is the judge didn't even really pick up on that, because what Mr. Binger's statements are so absurd on their face that hollow point bullets explode inside the target, as was pointed out by the judge. When the judge comments on your questions to that extent, that you've asked a question or made a statement as a lawyer that is just so absurdly wrong, that the judge decides to step in and ask for clarification and then to explain to you that you're wrong, you're not doing super hot here. You're not doing super hot here. And we're going to keep watching this, because this is about to get, well, This is about to get expansive in the way that a hollow point bullet might get when it hits a deer. Let's keep watching.
Deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people.
At this point, what is your understanding of what a hollow point does when it hits a deer? At this point, he's just asking for Kyle to make a guess about the ballistics of a ammo type that wasn't used that night hitting a animal that wasn't shot that night. What on earth does that have to do with anything that happened that night? You're talking about Binger's asking him a question about what does hollow point do when it hits a deer. Kyle wasn't using hollow point that night, and Kyle wasn't shooting at deer. It's entirely irrelevant. Also, Kyle, guess what? It's not a ballistics expert. Neither's Mr. Binger, clearly. Let's keep watching.
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points... I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this. I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
First of all,
Okay, so before the judge admonishes again for like the 8th time, yes, as Trevor was pointing out in chat, absolutely correct. They did have a state crime lab ballistics expert who examined the bullets, shot Kyle's gun, compared the rounds. She was the ballistics expert. She absolutely could have testified to the various types and effects of certain ammos on certain bodies and what happens with them. That would have been a great person to ask. Yeah, absolutely right. They had the opportunity to ask somebody who's an absolute expert. They even had the opportunity to call a specific ballistics expert had they chose to, that could have given them all the information in the world about what the different kinds of ammunition do. But they chose not to do that. They instead chose to ask Kyle for some reason. Now, what's interesting is that the evidence, the state's own evidence, actually disproves one of Binger's points here, is that Full Metal Jacket is designed to, he's going to say the word over-penetrate here in a little bit, which, you know, is its own fun word. I'm going to try and work that into a casual conversation this week. Mr. Binger describes how Full Metal Jacket is designed to go through its target and hit other targets behind it, which is, first off, cite your source, please, because I don't think that's true. But second off, their own evidence proves that if Full Metal Jacket's designed to do that, it's not very good at it, because Dr. Kelly testified that the bullet that went into Rosenbaum's hip went into his groin and then got lodged in his ass cheek, that the bullet didn't exit. Now, it pierced Rosenbaum's ass cheek skin, but it got stuck in his ass. So clearly the Full Metal Jacket doesn't go through a target and hit another target like it's quote unquote designed to do, according to Mr. Binger. The only evidence that Mr. Binger has is that Full Metal Jacket doesn't go through a target and continue on to hit other targets. The only evidence Mr. Binger currently has is that Full Metal Jacket rounds are designed to get stuck in pedophiles' ass cheeks. That's the only evidence the state has. I don't know what he's trying to prove here, but as you'll see here, I'll let the judge continue explaining some of the problems with Mr. Binger's testimony here. And I do say testimony because Mr. Binger, as I just said, is making statements of fact about what certain bullet types do. That is not what a lawyer does. A lawyer does not testify to statements of fact about what certain things do. They can call witnesses and ask them questions, but Mr. Binger is just making statements that aren't even true statements. And let's hear what the judge has to say, and I'll roll the tape back here a little bit.
Whereas a Full Metal Jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
First of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you. Let's hope at about 12:45.
You're going to do those two 12:45.
Oh, I've got a couple of hearings at 12:45. Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
Let's see here. I don't know if they talk anymore. I think that they cut feed now because they've all gone to lunch. So, yeah, when you've got the jury being sent away again, you know that your case is not going very well there for the state. So that was Mr. Binger talking out his ass about the thing that didn't come out of Rosenbaum's ass. So the judge says, nope, we're going to stop that. And
anything before?
They come back from lunch. So they went to lunch for like an hour, and then they came back. Now, this is where we're going to keep watching this clip, because this is where, as I said, as kind of the preview, this is where Kyle's defense attorneys will motion for a mistrial with prejudice, and we'll watch that exchange here. It's coming up.
We are back, and the appearances are as before, with the jury absent. And anything before we start?
There is, Judge.
What's up?
Hi. Judge, I'm at the lunch break. I had done some research, and at this point, the defense is going to be making a motion for a mistrial. However, that motion is going to be requested with prejudice. I'm aware that the court's aware.
Just to give some context for you guys, what that means, because I didn't know what that meant. I had to go look it up, but you guys have the benefit of me annotating this a little bit. Motion to dismiss with prejudice. What that means is a typical motion to Let me back up to see what he said here.
Going to be requested with prejudice for a mistrial. However, that motion.
Sorry. So what he said was he's motioning for a mistrial with prejudice. A typical motion for mistrial, if granted, basically says this trial's over. However, the defendant can be then retried in a new trial. So this whole thing just starts over. Adding the mistrial with prejudice means that, as was stated previously, the state was intentionally trying to throw the case so that they could go at if the state's prosecutor's case is going poorly, an underhanded legal tactic, as per Mr. Binger there, who's clearly an underhanded type of lawyer. A tactic that might be used is that the state might just throw the case and force a mistrial by breaking the rules, as Mr. Binger continuously does. Mr. Binger's continuously breaking the rules. So either he's an idiot, which he's clearly not, or he doesn't have experience as a trial lawyer, which he clearly does, or he's extremely forgetful, which I don't think he is either. The only option is that Mr. Binger is continuously breaking the rules because he's trying to intentionally force a mistrial because their case is going poorly. Now, in the event that the state tries to force a mistrial because their prosecution's going poorly, that you can't just game the system and get a restart, right? So if it's understood, if the judge catches them that it seems obvious that they're not throwing a mistrial by accident, that this is intentional, then you can declare a mistrial with prejudice, which means the state does not get to retry Kyle. The charges are all dropped and Kyle goes free. So what Kyle's judge just asked for is a mistrial with prejudice. If the judge grants that, all the charges are dropped, the trial's over, and Kyle goes free and cannot be retried on these counts ever again. Ever again. So now that we know that, I'm going to roll the tape back just a little bit, and now you've got some context for what it is Kyle's lawyer just asked for.
With the jury absent, and anything before we start?
There is, Judge.
What's up?
Hi. Judge, I'm at the lunch break. I had done some research, and at this point, the defense is going to be making a motion for a mistrial. However, that motion is going to be requested with prejudice. I'm aware that the court's aware that normally a defense motion for a mistrial does not preclude a retrial. I understand that. There are exceptions to that, however. And the case that I am drawing this from is Day versus State. It's 76 Wis 2nd 588. And what it says is, an exception to this rule exists where a defendant's motion is necessitated by prosecutorial impropriety designed to avoid an acquittal. Now, what has happened in this morning was two times. The state had commented on Mr. Rittenhouse's right to remain silent. The first time he was admonished by the court. The second time the court had the jury leave and re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if there anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are two really elements the court must consider when making a determination on a mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching. And the first one is the prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him. You had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it again. The second one, I think, requires some action by the court in terms of a finding. The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial.
All right, so basically what the lawyer is explaining here is that for the judge to be allowed to declare a mistrial with prejudice and not allow for retrial, the two conditions that need to be met is that, one, the prosecuting attorney is intentionally trying, with full knowledge, trying to provoke a mistrial. And Kyle's lawyers just laid out 3 different examples just from today where it seems like very obviously the prosecuting attorneys, with full knowledge that they were doing things that they are not allowed to do in trial, which would create a mistrial situation, would provoke a mistrial, that they knew that they were doing those things and they intentionally did those things that would inevitably lead to a mistrial being declared. That's number 1. Number 2 is that they did this with the intention of preventing an acquittal. What's an acquittal? I know it's legal language. Maybe you've heard it, probably have. But specifically what that would mean is that the jury would come back with a verdict of Kyle is not guilty of murdering anybody, that he has privilege under self-defense, and that Kyle gets to go free. The jury decides Kyle is not guilty of these things. That would be acquitted. So what this judge or what this lawyer is citing here is that if the intent of the prosecutors is to prevent the jury from acquitting Kyle because they know that their case is going poorly, then perhaps they would force a mistrial so that they could have, as was stated in the case law that he's referencing here, a, quote, another kick at the cat. Very colorful language there. But essentially saying that since the state knows their case is going poorly, they want to declare a mistrial so that they can try again later. And they know that since the case is going so poorly, if they continue down this road to where the jury gets to decide, the jury will acquit Kyle. That's what the state's understanding is. Now, what Kyle's lawyer is going to say is that the second part requires a little bit of judgment from the judge, because it's typically inappropriate for the lawyers to make comment on the current score, as it were, in the middle of the case. It's not appropriate for Kyle's lawyers to say it looks like we're winning, because that's usually unclear at any given time. And so for the second part to be met, the judge would have to determine that it appears that the state's case is not going very well. And if that's true, we already know that it's true that they are intentionally forcing a mistrial. So the marriage of those two facts would create this situation in which it appears that the state prosecutors are intentionally trying to declare a mistrial with the express intent of being able to retry Kyle at a later date when they might have a better case to be made, and maybe they won't be screwing up their case quite so badly. Essentially, it would appear that the only reason why the state would want to do this is because their case has collapsed, as is the analysis of many commentators, that the state's case has completely collapsed, that they have no case against Kyle. That is my analysis. I would believe that the judge, that's probably the judge's analysis, even though he needs to remain neutral at this moment. But that seems to be what's happening. Is the state has no case. They know that Kyle's going to get acquitted, and so to avoid Kyle getting acquitted, they forced a mistrial, and they get to try Kyle again later, and maybe they'll have a better case then. But to prevent this vicious cycle of just declaring a mistrial, hitting the reset button when you're losing, it's like a video game. If you're losing, you just hit the reset button, now you're back to scratch. You don't, if you know that you're losing, you don't want to get to the end where it says game over. You just hit the reset button and try again. That's what the state's trying to do. They see that they're on a losing trail right now, and so they don't want to get to the game over screen. They want to reset it now. They want a retrial now. And so that's why they are continuously breaking the rules to force a mistrial. But what this lawyer here is saying is that you can't do that. If certain conditions are met and it's obvious that you're just hitting the reset button in bad faith, the judge can just say, nope, we're not going to do that. We're just going to say, case over. You tried, you lost. Kyle gets to go free.
To allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep. 100 West 2nd, 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done.
So what you just heard there was the judge's cell phone ringing with, I believe that was Land of the Free, or God Bless America. I can't remember which one. I probably should be able to recognize that from the sound, but I did not, I'd admit. That has been declared on Twitter to possibly be getting the judge in trouble because, as you know, anybody who's pro-American is conservative. For some reason, the line in the sand for politics is people who like America are conservative and people who don't like America are Democrats. So this has already in the last couple of hours been stated as a point of bias for the judge because his ringtone is a pro-America ringtone. I don't know if that's going to fit. Maybe. I sincerely doubt it, but the media is going to grab onto any little thing. And because the media is going to grab onto any little thing, I think the ringtone's irrelevant. If it wasn't the ringtone, they would have grabbed onto something else. Certainly the explosive admonishing that the judge gave out earlier, that the media is certainly going to be grabbing onto that. But I bet you will see some stuff about the judge being a pro-American in a bad context, and that he's probably a white supremacist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to point that out. We'll roll the tape back here a little bit. But as you saw, Kyle's lawyer said, it's not our place to say who's winning or who's losing, but that does play an effect in the judge's decision as to what they think the state of mind of the prosecutors is, whether or not they're intentionally trying to throw the trial so that they can get a retrial, or if they're just doing it by accident because they're a bunch of buffoons. There's also been some comments on YouTube chat that the Binger and Krause, who are the state prosecuting attorneys, that they need to be disbarred, which means that they have their lawyer license revoked. Absolutely they should be disbarred. They should be disbarred for what they did to that witness yesterday, where they were trying to coerce a statement. But if it gets found out that they were intentionally, and it seems obvious that they were intentionally trying to throw this case just to try and get another whack at Kyle, the body of evidence that we found out about their sleaziness during the course of this trial, very obviously they need to be disbarred. Very much.
Here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad
And I'm proud to be an American where
bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met. And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional cites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night. There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on
I'm going to accelerate this a little bit just so we can kind of get through it a little faster.
advice of counsel in those circumstances not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life, he's talking about his friends, he's talking about the circumstances of the case, he's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media, you've agreed to talk about yourself, you've agreed to give interviews, but until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told him. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer, and they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen all of. I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. You have some interviews that he gave to media or to whatever?
Yeah, there's an interview that we're looking at on our computer right now from the Washington Post, where he talks to them. I know there's one, I think it's either the New Yorker or the GQ magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
Well, no. Don't leave it at, he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly, there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it. But
just for not legal advice, if you're ever involved in anything, I don't care if your trial's not for 3 years from now or 10 years from now, you don't talk to the media between your charging and your trial. Kyle made a huge mistake, and his lawyers are about to say that these media interviews were done at advice of previous counsel before they got involved. Don't talk to the media. That was really bad move for Kyle, and as you can see, I think he's going to end up fine on this, but that it brings up these issues that now all of a sudden that you've perhaps waived your Fifth Amendment right. One of the things about the Fifth Amendment is that you can't just use the Fifth Amendment selectively. It's either all or nothing on a particular event. So if you want to claim your Fifth Amendment on a self-defense shooting, for instance, you can't claim the Fifth Amendment on specific facts. And then tell stuff about other things. It's either all or nothing. You have to view Fifth Amendment for everything or Fifth Amendment for nothing. So if Kyle spoke about that night a little bit in media interviews, that does typically, depending on what he said, that can actually count as waiving your Fifth Amendment right, even if you only did it a little bit. That now makes it available for the prosecutors, or at least a little bit. It appears that the judge is not buying that argument at the moment, though like I said, you don't want to get yourself even at the risk of having that happen to you, as is currently happening to Kyle.
Why don't you make copies of it and...
Can we have a few minutes to
Well, we won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's a reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
Well, and I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the you're asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility, it goes to whether or not he's telling the truth, it goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that changes the equation with regard to the CVS video that was the subject of the other act's motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence. It's admissible and much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is... I do want to be clear
So
also...
I'm just here on the sidelines, just...
Well, you...
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute... We've had 3 state motions in the matter. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was...
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things.
No.
So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit, now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond.
All right, so I'll take your motion under advisement. I know it's been a little bit of time between when the motion was made, but the motion he's referring to is the motion to dismiss, or the motion for mistrial with prejudice, which we just talked about what that was. The judge says, I'm not granting that at this moment, but I will take it under advisement, which means that the judge reserves his right at any point during the rest of the trial, even after the verdict by the jury, if we get to that point, the judge reserves the right to accept that motion. And if the jury comes back and says we're convicting Kyle, the judge can say, nope, we are dismissing, we're declaring a mistrial with prejudice. Kyle, you're free to go. There's also been some discussion, which I don't think I'm going to go deeply into. I know some of the other legal analysis channels have been about, a directed verdict where the judge can just declare that the evidence is so lacking, that the state's evidence is so lacking that no reasonable jury would convict Kyle, and therefore the judge is just making a declaration, a directed verdict, a declared verdict that Kyle is innocent of various charges. So that is also possible, but that didn't come up today. I think that there's a little bit more here. We'll keep watching, and then we'll pause it again, and I'll go back through the kind of play-by-play when they get back into the jury coming back in.
When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have,
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was an other acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's Bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But I believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, his remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play, because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people. When you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial.
Kyle's remorse isn't on trial, though. It's irrelevant.
As I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out, so we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on.
Now, from my understanding of what that photo entails is that this was a photo 4 months after the shooting. Kyle is out on bond at this point. And Kyle had a pretrial hearing where he got out on bond. And then after that, he apparently put on a t-shirt that says free as fuck. I do not understand what Binger's problem is with that shirt. I cannot imagine anything illegal about that shirt. In fact, I can imagine a bunch of specifically legal things about that shirt. However, the bar at which this picture is taken and the event at which the picture is taken is alleged to be a Proud Boys event. I don't know that for sure. Even if it is, I don't think it means anything. I actually don't see it as even a problem, even if it was a Proud Boys event. And what I imagine that picture shows, as Mr. Binger just said, that he has the faces blocked out. If I had to guess, I haven't seen this picture. If I had to guess, this picture shows Kyle with a shirt on that says free as fuck, surrounded by a bunch of people with their faces blocked out. However, their shirts are probably black with yellow trim, being the Proud Boys uniform. That's what I'm guessing this picture shows. And Mr. Binger is even explaining that all he wants to do is show the jury this picture for really no other purpose than to bias the jury against Kyle of an event that happened 4 months after the shooting. I don't know if I have to explain thoroughly, but Kyle's events 4 months in the future from the point of the shooting, from the perspective of the moment of the shooting, Kyle's events 4 months in the future would have no reverse chronological effect on Kyle's actions that night. So anything Kyle does after the event really don't have any bearing unless there's something specific Kyle's saying about that night. Now, if Kyle's talking about that night, then certainly his statements are admissible as evidence, because it would be pseudo testimony at that point, or an admission of guilt or whatever. But Kyle just going to a bar and putting on a t-shirt 4 months after has nothing to do with what happened that night. Kyle putting on a t-shirt is not an admission of guilt. Kyle hanging out with the Proud Boys is not an admission that he premeditated and hunted down killing Rosenbaum. It's irrelevant, and that's why the judge previously said, you're not going to bring this into my courtroom because it's not relevant testimony. It's not relevant evidence. You're just being a dick. And now Mr. Binger is bringing this up again after being admonished several times by the judge, and the judge is, well, we'll let the judge say what the judge is going to say.
That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it. How they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night.
Essentially what he just said is that because the judge ruled that this picture could not be presented in court prior to jury selection, what Kyle's lawyer is saying is that if the judge ruling that this picture couldn't be brought in as evidence prior to jury selection, that if he hadn't done that, this affected the jury selection. If Kyle's lawyer knew this picture was coming in as evidence later in the trial, that would have affected the way jury selection went. Maybe Kyle's lawyer would have asked and objected to certain things, but because this was a decision made that was finalized, and because Kyle's lawyer knew it wasn't coming in as evidence, then he never asked the jury about it. And so now Mr. Binger wants to rewrite history and bring it in. Well, that's not fair to Kyle, because now we don't know if the jury is impartial on that image. Now, ultimately, that image is not going to be allowed to come in. But essentially, Mr. Binger is attempting to do some sneaky maneuvers here that would result in possibly introducing bias to the jury that we don't have any way of knowing about because we're past the jury selection phase.
Not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all
right, so again, this is going back to Kyle's TikTok bio. Kyle's TikTok bio is just trying to be famous. And Mr. Binger's saying the state's attempt is that they're taking that as motive and saying, well, Kyle got what he wanted. He's famous now because he shot all these people. That is the thinnest argument I've ever heard.
To be famous.
After the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion.
They're saying that Kyle's not only that he attempted to be famous, but he's reaped the benefits of being famous. I guess PTSD and a photo op with the Proud Boys. Yeah, that's a lot of benefit. A lot of benefit there, Mr. Binger.
For exquisitely poor decision making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt, because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment. Sometimes exquisitely bad judgment.
Like Mr. Binger.
And we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I'm seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
All right. Well, we we pick back up with the testimony. Mr. Binger. Well, let me pull up a relevant image here. Let's see here. Go back to Angry Eyes Judge here. Alrighty. Yeah. Let's see here. So the state picks back up with examining Kyle, cross-examining Kyle. They ask, you've testified that Rosenbaum threatened you. Yes, we know that. Then we had an interesting exchange about Kyle, quote unquote, pretending to be a firefighter, which we'll play that here real quick.
Start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicate...
Why were you running towards a fire? What was so urgent about a fire? It's a fire! Wow. All right. We then have some more testimony about Kyle's family, his father living in Kenosha. Mr. Binger says, Kyle, you're not a part of the community. Kyle goes, well, yeah, but my dad lives in Kenosha. I would presume that if your family member lives in a city that you were you're at least part of the community. Maybe not a citizen of Kenosha, but certainly part of the community, right? I don't live in the same city that my parents live in. I consider myself to be not a citizen of their city, but I'm certainly a member of the city's community. I would imagine that if I had parents or family members in other cities that I visited regularly, as Kyle regularly visited his father, he's a member of that community. Being a member of a community is not a legal status like citizenship might be. So for Mr. Binger to, I guess, doubt Kyle's citizenship to Kenosha Kyle's membership in the community of Kenosha, rather, is rather ridiculous. That, again, being a member of a community is not a legal status in the way that being a citizen or resident would be. Very odd. Let's see here. Mr. Binger asks, do you think it's appropriate for you to put out fires? Kyle says yes. Mr. Binger goes, yes, but normally that's something that you would call 911 for, right? Again, this is the anarcho-tyranny. The state previously had witnesses that lied in testimony, particularly Detective Antamarini. Detective Antamarini lied in his testimony that the police and fire department had capacity to respond to calls that night. That was clearly false. They clearly did not have the capacity to respond to anything that weekend, as is evident by the burning of dozens of buildings to the ground, of hundreds of cars being burned. Very evident that the fire department did not have capacity to respond at any point that weekend, or that they were choosing not to respond. Having capacity to respond and choosing to respond, maybe two different things there. This is part of the anarcho-tyranny I've been talking about the entire time we've been doing this trial. The city abandoned the citizens to anarchy. They pulled out police, they pulled out fire, and they pulled out EMS or EMTs or whatever. Then, after they pulled all that stuff out, now they've got Binger sitting here questioning Kyle. Well, what gives you the right to put out fires? Shouldn't you be calling 911? 911 forsake Kyle. They weren't responding, and Kyle went on to testify that he figured out, he thought if he called 911, nothing was going to happen. And Mr. Binger tries to make this seem weird. Well, why isn't it a little strange? You think you call 911 and nothing happens? I mean, normally when people call 911, stuff happens, right? No, not that night. That night it was ridiculous, and I believe that the jury, being of Kenosha, will probably recognize that it was obvious that if you called 911 on the night of the riots, on the night of the shooting, no one was going to come out to you. No matter how much the police officers in this trial lied in their testimony that they were working that night, that they were on patrol. Thank you, Timberwolf. No matter how much they lied about it, we know, as is evident, that the police were not responding to anything that night. The fire department was clearly not responding to fires that night. And also, is it the state's theory that citizens, that they don't have any right to put out a fire? Is that the state's position here? Again, I don't know what the state's trying to argue here. I guess they're trying to make the case to the jury that it's unreasonable to put out a fire. If that's what they want to go with, I guess we'll find out if the jury is reasonable or not. Again, Binger goes for a long time. Again, if you guys want to watch one of the testimonies, I've been doing this play-by-play for most of the trial here. We've had something like 30 witnesses. I've recommended you watch 3 witnesses. One of them would be Gage's testimony. The other would be probably Joanne Fielder. The person people call Grambo, her testimony, and then also Kyle's testimony. I would say probably the 2 most important testimonies to watch would be Gage's testimony and Kyle's testimony. So I would recommend that you watch those in full, in addition to consuming my content as well. But basically, Binger goes through like 5-10 minutes of, isn't it wrong of Kyle for being a firefighter that night? Isn't it wrong that Kyle is defending property? Isn't it wrong that Kyle's providing medical services to people? He's not the fire department. He's not the police. He's not the EMTs. Well, yeah, those were all pulled out. Kyle's city was abandoned to anarchy. And then the tyranny of the state pops up the next morning when the sun comes up and starts judging Kyle how he acted in the anarchy they abandoned him to. This is anarcho-tyranny. It is anarchy for the citizens, a refusal to enforce laws, and so the citizens are abandoned to anarchy. and the state will selectively prosecute its political enemies with the full weight of the law. That is the tyranny part. This is a system called anarcho-tyranny. This is what we are currently living under in the US of A. Anarcho-tyranny, where the state and the city or whoever your municipality is, the government will abandon you to lawlessness, and you have to try to survive that lawlessness. But if you happen to be a political adversary, the full force of the government will come down on you in a tyrannical approach. So during the day or during the nights, you have to survive anarchy, and during the day, you have to survive the state's tyranny. That is what's happening here. And it is so specific in this case because we know from, as is evident, that police, fire, and EMS were not responding that night. Hence why Kyle had to go out that night and take on roles of all three of those things. We know for a fact Kyle's city was abandoned to anarchy as the Democrats and the government abandoned so many cities. So many cities were abandoned to anarchy during the riots of 2020. Then, what is the anarcho-tyranny part? The tyranny part of that is political adversaries. You put the full force of the state into political adversaries. Well, Kyle in specific measure, the president of the United States tweeted out a picture of Kyle, and the caption of the tweet said, "White supremacists are the biggest threat to this nation." This case is the most clear proof that we are living under anarcho-tyranny right now that there has ever been. You have Kyle surviving the anarchy, and then you've got the tyranny of the state identifying him as a political adversary and throwing their full weight into it. This is anarcho-tyranny. I hope you enjoy living. We don't live in a democracy anymore. We live in an anarcho-tyranny, and this is the result. You better hope that you're not the next Kyle, because this is what's going to happen to you. What is going on in chat on YouTube, guys? What is this first to last guy? All right, we'll take care of him there. Alrighty. Let's see here. The Binger tries to make Kyle justify why he thought he needed an AR-15 for self-defense. I will remind you again that you have no need to justify being prepared for something. So essentially, Binger's trying to say, well, Kyle, why did you need to justify why you thought you needed to bring out an AR-15? And my response is that there is nothing compelling you to justify. You have no requirement to justify being prepared. Just because you're prepared to defend yourself does not mean that you intend to go out and murder somebody. Being prepared to defend yourself is not an admission that you intend to murder somebody, and it's not evidence of premeditation to murder somebody. If you are on the stand as a witness and somebody is asking you to justify why you thought the need to have something to defend yourself, you respond that you do not have any obligation to justify being prepared. Being prepared requires no justification. It requires no justification. This is not legal advice, but I can't reiterate enough. The state is trying to make Kyle justify being prepared. I'm an Eagle Scout. Being prepared, and I was an Eagle Scout when we were still the Boy Scouts. Being prepared is like a core tenet of being a Boy Scout and an Eagle Scout. I mean, that's like a core thing. I didn't realize that the Boy Scouts was instilling in me criminal behavior and being prepared, and that I would need to justify the need to be prepared. The justification for being prepared is self-evident. Being prepared, the justification for it is an identity. It's itself the justification. It's self-justifying. It requires no external justification. Being prepared is self-justifying, and it doesn't require you to have to justify it on the stand. Certainly not to justifying it to the government, no less. Jesus Christ. All right. Mr. Binger gets into an argument with Kyle over his sarcasm with this yellow pants guy. That's what they were talking about in that previous exchange about Kyle saying to yellow pants, "Yes, I pointed a rifle at you," but that's different than Kyle testifying that in the moment of the event being referenced. Kyle says, I did not point a rifle at Yellow Pants. However, later on in the night, Yellow Pants asked me if I pointed a rifle at him, and I lied to him and said yes. What's at issue is what the testimony was of the real event, not the meta event later on. And Mr. Binger gets into an argument about Kyle lying and being sarcastic and all that stuff. Essentially, what Mr. Binger is trying to get into is that Kyle provoked the situation. What Mr. Binger is trying to say is that by Kyle admitting that he pointed a rifle at somebody, this provoked... by Kyle admitting that he pointed a rifle at somebody that wasn't Rosenbaum, and that Rosenbaum doesn't know, and that the state has provided no evidence that Rosenbaum knew, by Kyle saying that he pointed a rifle at this person that Rosenbaum didn't know, and the state doesn't have any evidence that Rosenbaum knew, that this is provoking Rosenbaum for later chasing Kyle. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Kyle had testified earlier that it was his plan to be with Ryan Balch in a buddy system when they left the car source for Kyle to go provide medical aid for people. That Kyle would go out into the crowd and provide medical aid, and Ryan Balch would provide him overwatch and protection. Also, Kyle said that it was part of his plan that if he got separated from Ryan, that he would head back towards the car source. Basically, Binger goes into this weird set of questions again. Very bizarre set of questions and attempts at proving things that, well, why would Kyle feel the need to use the buddy system if he didn't think that the crowd was a risk? And Kyle says, well, I'm being prepared. Yeah, but prepared for what? Did you think the crowd was a risk? No, that's why I went out into it. Well, then why did you need to have somebody prepared? Well, or have somebody with you? Well, I thought it would be a good idea to use the buddy system. And essentially Binger is saying the buddy system is evidence that of premeditated conflict. He's essentially incriminating the buddy system as that, well, the only reason why Kyle would want to have a buddy with him, the only reason why Kyle is using the buddy system is because Kyle anticipates, is planning, is premeditating causing conflict with somebody that would ultimately result in Kyle's ability to murder somebody. Very bizarre. Buddy system was also a huge part of Boy Scouts. I didn't realize I was going to be doing a big testimony on my Boy Scouts experience here. But buddy system was a big deal with the Boy Scouts. So I didn't realize the Boy Scouts was teaching all of these premeditated criminal activities. That again, Boy Scouts motto: be prepared. I didn't realize that was evidence of premeditated murder. Buddy system, also evidence of premeditated murder. Ridiculous. Then after Kyle at some point during the night gets separated from Ryan Balch. We know this because Kyle's alone when Rosenbaum chases him down. Kyle had, as we talked about previously, the whole reason why he was headed to that other car source is because he got a call from Dominic that said that car source was on fire. We saw Kyle testify that he stopped at a gas station where a crowd was gathered and asked if there was a fire extinguisher and if somebody wanted to come help him put out fires. He got the fire extinguisher. Nobody decided to come help him put out fires. Now, Ryan Balch, who Kyle had been separated from, was in this gas station. Well, remember that after Kyle got separated from Ryan Balch, Kyle was headed back towards the car source, and that's when the police line told him that he couldn't go past them back to the car source. So Kyle had been trying to execute the plan being, if he gets separated from Ryan, go back to the car source. Kyle tried to do that. The police wouldn't let him. Then Dominic gave him a call, told him that there was a fire, and that's when Kyle tried to head back towards the fire with a fire extinguisher after finding a fire extinguisher, that is. Now, this is absolutely bizarre. I don't know what other word to use for it, but it is just, that's why I'm saying you got to watch the full Kyle testimony because it is just jaw-dropping the entire time. Mr. Binger says, we have a video from a live stream that shows center frame Ryan Balch. And this live stream shows for 10, 20 seconds, center frame Ryan Balch, and then we see you, Kyle Rittenhouse, run through the frame with a fire extinguisher on your way to the car source. Okay. Well, why didn't you see him? You said that your plan was to try and find him and reunite with him so that he could be your buddy again. Why didn't you stop? We see him clearly in the center of this live stream, center frame of this live stream. Why didn't you stop and why didn't you see him and stop? And basically, it's so bizarre. Binger is using the framing of a live stream, a live stream which has in the center of the shot Mr. Balch, and I guess presuming that Kyle, because Balch is centered in this live stream, that somehow makes Kyle more likely to view him. That doesn't make any sense at all. Unless Kyle was watching the live stream, which doesn't make any sense. But Kyle's eyes are not the live stream. I don't know why I have to explain this. I mean, clearly I don't have to explain this to you, but I'm explaining this because of the ridiculousness of what's his name? Binger's explanation. Getting late. Binger trying to explain to the jury that, well, if Ryan is in the center frame of this live stream and Kyle's looking for Ryan, then that means Kyle wants to murder Rosenbaum? Okay. If that's what you want. Then the state, Mr. Binger asks Kyle, did you know putting out the fire, or no, they say it more accusatorily, Kyle, you knew putting out the fire would provoke a reaction with the crowd, didn't you? And again, I guess it's the state's position that putting out a fire equates to premeditated murder. If that's what you want to go with. Then the state questions, why did Kyle run 3 blocks from the police line to the other car source to put out a fire? I don't... The state tried to make it seem like this doesn't make sense. I think that this makes Kyle look like a hero. Somebody who would run 3 blocks to put out a fire? Wow. What a Boy Scout. An original Boy Scout. That statement doesn't really have the same meaning anymore now that they've really watered it down and now that there's Girl Scouts in it. Either way. This is an extremely irrelevant line of questioning and just, I guess, trying to confuse the jury. I don't know. Basically, again, the state's position is that Kyle had no business being in Kenosha. Kyle had no business, no right to put out fires. What right do you have to put out a fire? Is that where we're at now, where the state's position is that you don't have the right to put out a fire? I guess. Also, what's interesting here is that the state asking Kyle what right he has to put out a fire, in that question, the question presumes that Kyle is in fact putting out fires. There's a lot of evidence and testimony that Kyle was putting out fires that night. Why is that interesting? Because it's the state's position that Kyle wasn't there to defend property, and that if Kyle was there to defend property, he was there to defend property with a gun, which is illegal. You can't defend property with lethal force. You can defend your life with lethal force, and you can have your body there to defend property, and you can have the gun there to defend your body. That's all fine. But the state conceding that Kyle was in fact putting out fires, well, what's a non-lethal method of defending property? Putting out fires. So the state is conceding in their question that Kyle was in fact defending property in a non-lethal manner by putting out the fire. Oops. The state asks Kyle why did he take his rifle to put out a fire. Kyle testifies that his rifle was already on him and he didn't have anybody to give it to, and it obviously did not make sense for him to just leave it on the ground because somebody would take it and presumably use it to do something bad with it or steal it. And so Berenger keeps explaining, oh, well, it seems obvious that you had the intent to kill because you took your rifle to go put out a fire, and you knew that putting out the fire would invoke a reaction from the crowd. So I guess it was Binger's conclusion or his argument that because Kyle didn't just abandon his rifle on the ground and leave it there for someone to steal it, or just leave the weapon, I guess, somewhere on the ground, that is motive for murder. This is evidence of premeditated murder because Kyle didn't just leave his weapon on the ground somewhere blocks away. Okay. If that's what you want to go for. Let's see here. Then Binger goes, well, the reason why you brought it is because you needed protection, right? At this point, the state is just putting words in Kyle's mouth. The need for protection is more, it would really be that Kyle wanted to be prepared to defend himself. They have a back and forth where Binger, and the judge actually does intervene in this segment too, once again. But basically, Binger says, well, you brought your rifle because you wanted to defend yourself, or you wanted to have protection, right? And Kyle says, I brought it so that I could defend myself. And so Binger says, so you thought that you would shoot somebody? And Kyle says, no, I thought I would need to protect myself. And then Binger's trying to equate this idea that Kyle thought he would need to shoot somebody with Kyle saying that he brought the rifle for protection. Let me explain this to you very clearly. There's a lot of people who carry a pistol with them every day, either concealed or open carry. They carry that pistol with them for self-defense. Typically, people who carry a concealed carry on a regular basis, they don't typically expect every day that they're going to use that to shoot somebody. You can be prepared. I have, on occasion, maybe lots of occasions, maybe not. That's for you to find out. I have on occasion had a pistol with me for self-defense. I did not intend to shoot anybody that day or expect that I would use it to shoot somebody that day. I did, however, want to be prepared to defend myself should the need arise. It is, again, they are compatible ideas that I would carry a pistol to be prepared to defend myself and also not expect that I would be shooting somebody on that day. It is fairly uncommon that I am in a situation, and for every individual, it's fairly uncommon that you're in a situation on a daily basis. If you pick out a random day, it's fairly uncommon that somebody is going to intend you harm on that day and that you will need to defend yourself. However, because you don't know what day that's going to be, it seems prudent to be prepared to defend yourself on every day, even if you don't expect that that's the day you'll need to shoot somebody. So Kyle saying, I had the rifle so that I was prepared to defend myself, is compatible with Kyle saying, I didn't intend to shoot anybody that day. I didn't take the rifle with the intent to shoot anybody. But you brought the rifle. Well, yeah, I wanted to be prepared. Like I said, for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of you out there, you may have, on occasion, had a firearm on you that you've taken into situations where you did not intend to shoot anybody, but you also intended to be prepared to defend yourself with that weapon. Those are compatible ideas. Mr. Binger is trying to conflate them and putting words in Kyle's mouth and trying to decouple those as compatible ideas. Now, perhaps it happened this afternoon after I started streaming, and maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. I did not get to see the redirect, the redirect examination of Kyle's defense attorneys re-examining him or re-questioning him after Binger did. Maybe we'll see that tomorrow. But I would expect Kyle's defense attorneys to explain that or ask Kyle questions in such a way that they can explain that. Because it is ridiculous, the idea that if you are concealed carrying, that millions of Americans who choose to conceal carry every day, that they all intend to shoot somebody on those days. That's ridiculous. I know every day I conceal carried, I did not intend to shoot anybody that day. However, I conceal carried because I wanted to be prepared to defend myself. That is compatible. Those are compatible ideas. All right. The state gets to the point where they are having Kyle recount the ambush scenario. This is the point where Kyle had his what I'm calling a PTSD panic attack earlier in the day. That's what we watched earlier. Kyle is able to, he does appear to get a little choked up, but he does manage to get through the recount of that without having to stop the jury or stop the trial again. At which point Mr. Binger asks, did you tell us everything that you did during that moment when you recounted that? And Kyle says yes, and obviously this is a trap. At this point, Mr. Binger attempts to play some drone footage that we've seen previously. So we talked about this a couple of days ago when Detective Antamarini testified. Detective Antamarini testified that in this new drone footage, again, there was drone footage from a civilian commercially available drone that had a camera on it that like a drone that would fit in your hand, like a quadcopter. We saw that, and this was some interesting footage, which I might be able to find here. But that was different footage than was the FBI fixed-wing surveillance craft, which was not a drone. It was a manned aerial vehicle. I don't seem to be able to find it by scrubbing here, so we'll just imagine that you remember what I'm talking about here. Detective Antamarini broke down that aerial footage from the drone, right? From not the one from the FBI, but from the civilian drone. Detective Antamarini broke down the footage from that drone. Detective Antamarini testified that in that footage, he could see Kyle point his rifle at the Zeminskis or Mr. Rosenbaum. It wasn't clear which. On cross-examination, Kyle's defense attorney asked Detective Antamarini to point out on the video where this happens at, and Detective Antamarini testified that it was only visible on his phone when he did pinch zoom, and that in the video, as it was currently playing without pinch zoom, that the event was, quote, unobservable. So Detective Antamarini testified that Kyle did something in a video that was unobservable. So, knowing that this was visible in pinch zoom, Prosecutor Binger attempts to replay this footage on an iPad and pinch zoom it. There is some objection to this because of various reasons about what happens when you pinch zoom an image. I think some of this was a little overblown. Also, I'm getting very hungry and maybe a little lightheaded and also very thirsty. And also, I've only got a little bit left to recount on this. So I think I'm going to save for tomorrow what happened, because basically there was an objection about playing this footage. The discussion about it went so long that the judge decided to declare a break, and they had a break, at which point I stopped watching, and then this would have been around a little before 4 p.m. Eastern. I started streaming around 5 p.m. Eastern. Wow, we've been going for 4 hours. So I'm going to stop here. We will pick back up tomorrow with the remainder of Kyle's testimony that he was giving while I was streaming that I didn't get a chance to see. And we will recount what happened during the objection from this drone footage. You guys might even, some of you watching here might know more about what happened after I stopped watching than I do. Let's see here. I believe somebody found me a picture.
Kill him.
Let's see. Did somebody... No, that was a different link. Okay. Triumvirate says Tucker just stole my joke. Tucker stole my joke. Is this from Tucker tonight? Because Tucker would have been airing about an hour ago. Let's watch this. I don't know what you just sent me, Triumvirate, and I know it's always a danger to play stuff that you guys send me in chat, but let's watch this. We'll watch whatever Tucker had to say, and like I said, this is the end of the show for tonight. Gosh, 4 hours. We'll pick back up tomorrow with the remainder of Kyle's testimony. I highly recommend, if you're watching anything, watch... does Timberwolf send it to me? Watch Kyle's testimony. Oh, Timber sent me a link here. Let me see if I can open this. Okay, so Timber was kind enough to send me a image of what Kyle was wearing. Okay, so this is the image that was in question earlier of Kyle after he got out on bond. He was at a bar. He's wearing T-shirt that says "Free as fuck." I don't. This isn't the one that's got people in the background, so presumably the prosecution was trying to show a different image. But just for your context, this is the horrific T-shirt that Kyle wore that proves he premeditatedly murdered people. I want one of these shirts. Where can I? Timber, find me a link on where I can buy this shirt, please. Thank you. All right, let's watch what Tucker has to say, and then I gotta get out of here, or I'm gonna pass out.
A rapist called Joseph Rosenbaum was released from a mental hospital and then went directly to join the mob that was burning downtown Kenosha. Once he got to the riot, Rosenbaum saw Kyle Rittenhouse and immediately threatened to kill him. Rosenbaum then chased Rittenhouse and tried to pull the gun from his hands. When he did that, Kyle Rittenhouse shot him. So Joseph Rosenbaum died as he had lived, trying to touch an unwilling minor. A rapist called
I love Tucker. Tucker's great. I watch him every night. I recommend you do the same. Alrighty, guys. Unless you guys want to hear me pass out, this is the end of the stream. Thank you so much for watching. This was a hell of a long one. I hope you guys have been enjoying these. Thank you so much for following. We will hopefully fix the titles issue tomorrow. I appreciate you joining, even though the titles were wrong. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. I don't know how much is left. From my understanding, typically when the defendant gives testimony, that's usually the last witness. It is entirely likely that, like, tomorrow the trial's over and the jury gets to go deliberate, or we get into the jury deliberation phase. I don't know. And also, Kyle could testify for days, presumably. I don't know what else they have to ask him. I don't know if they have any other witnesses. I think that we could be pretty close to the end here. The trial is estimated to take 2 weeks. We're coming up on about 2 weeks, actually, because I think it was last Tuesday, and so we've been going for about 2 weeks, or at least over a week. So if we have over a week of jury and then a couple days of if we have over a week of trial and then a few days of jury deliberation, that gets you to the 2 weeks. So tomorrow might be the end of at least the review part, and then we have to wait a few days for the jury deliberation, or maybe the jury deliberation will be quick. All right, I clearly need to get going. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow. This has been Trevize with a Rittenhouse trial update. This will be Trevize signing off.